learning new skills during lockdown. So that's been really great. I mean, it's a new format for us as well as our entrants, but I think people have responded to the idea that their products will get a worldwide potentially audience on the live stream, and you know, it's reaching new places that they might not have reached before. So we've had a great response. We're really pleased with how the competition has gone. I will be calling the winners to speak to them after we've finished the whole competition, and that's a really great job to do because they're just so delighted to have won at the Highland Show. So yeah, that's one of the best parts of my day. Well, it's a great accolade, I think, to have won at the Royal Highland and to be able to say that your product has been awarded a gold or even one of the special champion prizes. It's a great accolade, I think, to use in your marketing and to be able to say that you're a Royal Highland champion.
When does the planning start for next year's Scottish Championships?
Next week. No, seriously, we do. We have a board meeting in July and we start planning straight away for next year. So much we've learned from this year because it's so different, and a lot of what we've done this year we will take forward into future years, I think, and make the Highland Show even better.
Well, what an excitement in there. And that brings this year's Scottish Championships to a close. If you've got a product you think is worthy of a gold award, why not consider putting it in for the Royal Highland Show 2022?
Good, well welcome. I'm Billy and this is Gareth, and we are at the Buccleuch Arms Garden today. And today we're going to show you a couple of different dishes. Ones which we're very familiar with. It's going to be roe deer. Gareth's going to butcher the roe deer. I'm going to then take the loin out of there and prepare a lovely starter, which is carpaccio of venison. Then we're going to take some lovely steak cuts from the hind legs off the deer, put them on the barbecue, add a bit of Jersey Royals and British asparagus, and I'm going to show you how to make my wild garlic pesto. So, over to Gareth.
So, start with the roe deer. It's been given to us fleeced, which is a requirement from the health department, basically. I'm going to start just taking off a little bit of the fleshy ends of the stomach, just because they get in the way when you're preparing. Now, I'm going to use all of these bits for mince. Or for diced steak. Now, I always take out the fillets first. Now, the reason for that is when you do take out the loin, you cut straight through the fillet. So there's one fillet, and it's the same as taking a fillet out of the beef. You run along the side of the spine, and then it just eases out. And there's two fillets. And then from there, I always take the front legs off because they're the easiest. Now, if you know anything about venison, the reason why it's called venison is because they've all got blades for legs at the front. And most people seem to struggle to take them off, which I don't know why, because that's one leg off. And then I'll take excess meat off. Now, I could take hours overdoing this, but to be honest, it's not worth it for me at the moment, just to go through, because it does take too long to take off too little. Everything I'm taking off now we would use for either meatballs, koftas, burgers, and yeah, if you're lucky you might get some diced, but to be honest, the diced is what you take from the hind quarter, which we actually end up staking. So that's one side. I'm going to put my finger on the backbone. I'm just going to cut straight down. One cut, and then the next one is all the way across. Now, I'm obviously right-handed, so this is the awkward side for me. But I just run the knife all the way along the backbone. Getting lucky sometimes, it might go quicker. There we go. And then from the back, I then follow the rib cage all the way to the back, and I just tease away the loin. It's very easy to go too quick and think that you're doing a really good job, and then all of a sudden you've lost half the loin, which is the it's the best bit, to be honest. It's the biggest money maker. So that's the whole loin. It's actually a very good deer, this. It's a very decent sized roe. So again, bone, loin off, all across the backbone, and back again. This is the easier way for me. So you're just using the animal for guidance. All you're doing is using the bones and the sinew, where to go, where to stop. It's as simple as that. There's no real skill in it. It's just understanding what you're doing and understanding what you're preparing. And as long as you do that, that's another loin. It's very easy.
So we've taken one of a small section of the loin. You could do the whole lot. I've just taken a small section. I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with it. We've taken the sinew off here, which is the gritty bits. That noise is my gas barbecue gas stove getting going. We want this a super hot pan, and simply I've got rock salt in here and crushed black pepper, and simply going to roll this up. The great thing about this dish, it's a great starter, and probably one of the best things is you can make this for tonight, for tomorrow. It can go in the freezer as well, and pull it out. And because it's really quite thin and small, very quick to defrost. And there's another technique to that. So what I'll just do, just make sure, we've often had mistakes with this when the pan's not been quite hot enough. This is going to go in the pan just for seconds on each side. There's a little bit of oil and butter in there to help stop the burning. We've rolled this up to keep the flavors and the juices in there. It's just got a touch of warmth to it. We can put this back in the freezer now for maybe half an hour if we want to eat it today, or just allow that to chill. And because of the size of it, if it was fully frozen, it doesn't take very long to defrost. And Blue Peter style, we have some we made earlier, which has been out the freezer now for half an hour, and then is creating the final dish. You can see from there that what's happened is we've just got the very outer bit has been cooked effectively. The rest is raw. Sometimes we do this on a meat slicer, or it can just simply be done by hand like this. And we're going to add a few other little snazzy ingredients to make this nice. Again, you can have this done in your fridge at home, ready for a party, ready made up, and that's your starter. Meanwhile, you're having some drinks on the lawn, and this is all in your fridge, ready to go. How are we going to finish that? Just a nice little bit of roasted hazelnuts, some balsamic, and a little bit of rapeseed oil. To finish this dish, there can be many different options. Again, one of our favorite suppliers we're going to use is the Darling Blue cheese, and not some I made earlier. And we'll just simply crumble a little bit of that over the top, and that's us. Right, should we try this?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, good.
You should get everything on a plate, on a spoon, on a fork. Like that. But every texture and every flavour.
The nuts, the balsamic, you're getting everything. Blue cheese. So tender.
Always finishes. So next I'm going to show you how to debone and seam cut the steaks from what would normally be diced meat or a roast, you know. Now everyone prefers a steak. Now deer legs or venison legs are exactly the same as human legs. Now we've got the big muscles in the front and the small muscles at the back. You don't want to touch the big muscles at the front, because that's where your money and steaks are. I tend to use a smaller blade for doing the legs, and I'll start on the inside of the leg, and I start at the knee, and I'll cut straight through, and then just go all the way in until you find the bone, being careful not to go too far. Now this is also another way to quickly do lamb legs. It works the same way. It's a little harder with lamb legs because they're hung a bit longer. That's the beauty of deer, is they're very supple. Now you've got the two parts of the knee, the top part, which is here, and the bottom part. Now you can actually, I've learned this for over lots of practice, but you can slap it off and go round and then cut at the side of the knee, round, round, and then get the bigger knife and that's you deboned the deer leg. I'll make the next one look a lot easier because I won't be thinking about it. So that's your leg. I'll just take the other one apart quickly. So now the way we break the leg down is literally by following the seams, and again, like I was saying before, you let the animal do the work for you. So all I'm doing is following all the seams around. Now I obviously know what to use and what not to use. That's the very top of the leg. That's the hard working part. You never use that. Now this part is actually quite interesting because you always open it up at what we like refer to as the bullet, which is the fleshy end of the rump. That's that piece.
Is that the piece we're using today, is it?
We will be, yep. And I will take most of the sinew and fat off of that. That's the time-consuming, almost boring task. But I like to call it, with it being deer, it's a bit more like a faux fillet because it's so beautiful. Now the next part, we're going to go through, and it's almost like the top side of a cow, but you do have to be careful because there's a main artery going through here, and you need to cut that straight out. Otherwise, and so I learned, not too recently, but a few years ago, it actually makes the meat taste really metallic. So that's...
How many steaks would you get from 2 hind legs?
2, 3, roughly 10, 15 tops. We don't try and skimp because we usually get on average about 80 portions out of one deer. If it's, especially this size, because we'll get 10, 12 loin portions, plus between 10 and 15 steaks, and then the rest obviously burgers, meatballs, koftas, chili, curry, anything, and it's a really interesting animal to prep.
So, to accompany the steak on the barbecue, while just regards finishing getting the steaks ready, gonna make my own version of wild garlic pesto, which, as you might imagine, has got plenty of wild garlic. Good time of year for that. We're right now in the middle of May, perfect time of year to go and forage for wild garlic. All very edible, and gonna make it very simply here. You can make any much volume you want. It lasts for ages. A good dose of cracked black pepper and salt goes in there. Toasted pine nuts have gone in here as well. For this volume I might not use as much as that. It's surprising you don't need an awful lot. Same with some grated parmesan as well, good quality parmesan. Actually not going to need a crazy amount. And some rapeseed oil as well. I may need more than this. We'll just see. So that's it done. What I find is that on day one there is just a touch of a bitterness there, but later on today it's going to mellow and it's going to be just fantastic, particularly for meat and barbecued meat as well, I find. Where right now we're putting this in a risotto on the menu with British asparagus and peas and lemon and this, and it's fab. Right, over to the steaks.
So I'm going to cook these really quickly. There's a little thing, I never season my meat first, I always season it afterwards. I never season it before it goes on anything, to be honest. I use almost salt as a garnish, it's an enhancer, not to make the meat taste good, because it already tastes good. Yep, so I'm just about to take the steaks off. They're sitting at rare, which is perfect. So we've got to have a nice smoky flavour to them. But obviously, I mean, they're still going to taste like venison, which is exactly how they should. Let them rest for 2 to 3 minutes. It doesn't need long. It's not like beef where you're not resting a big piece, and also there's no fat in it, period. So now I'm going to season them with just a little bit of mould on. I never use pepper, not on steaks, and that's this rare, medium rare. Now it's rested slightly. Cooks very quick. Now you can refine this by using moulds and stuff for the food, but to be honest, nothing's refined in nature, is it? So we should eat how it's given.
Right, time to try.
Yeah.
Time to try a bit of wine. I think a nice glass of Rioja is going to go great with a steak. So cheers. Well done. And the pesto. I don't know what it tastes like, but it just goes so well with the red meat. Really goes well with beef. Goes actually very well with lamb. Tremendous. I could eat that every day. Well, now comes time to say thank you very much for watching us. Thank you for listening to us. And we did have just a little bit of sprinkle of rain there, but we've also managed to have a very nice day. And we might see you someday soon at the Buccleuch Arms.
Thank you very much.
Through the online portal, you will have an access to a library of modules, giving you the practical tools and techniques to upskill, challenge and apply your new learnings to your business.
For artisan producers up and down the country, the Scottish Championships here at the Royal Highland Show is one of the highlights of the year. The impact on business after winning a gold award cannot be underestimated. Over 2 days, the judges have tasted and handled hundreds and hundreds of products in the 4 key categories: bread, cheese, ice cream and crafts. So Amina, how do you judge a bread? What makes a good bread?
I think it depends on which category you're going for. So we had a few different categories today. There's different criteria for each kind of bread. We're looking overall for the appearance of each bread. We're looking for the texture, the crumb, the crust, the flavors, and the kind of integrity behind it. So what's the story behind it? How was it developed? What is the thought process behind the whole loaf? You know, what is it? What's its message? I know it's quite a lot to maybe put onto just a loaf of bread, but it's the staple food of every table, so it brings people together, so you want it to be have a strong presence, basically.
How easy is it going to be to find a winner or a few winners out of this?
It's been really difficult, and I think, you know, standards have been exceptionally high, and we've been blown away by how even in the lockdown category, how professional the bread
Oh
looks
yeah,
in
yeah.
a home baked oven.
And what we're looking at is first is just the appearance, what it looks like for us before we even try to smell it or do anything else. So I'm just going to take a small wedge out. So what I've done is I've cut the cheese up without really doing much, but just going to pass on to the fellow judges. And we're going to look for texture and aroma.
What are you looking for when you're eating an ice cream?
One word, balance. Is it pleasant? Does it feel nice? Does it leave a nice aftertaste? It's Goldilocks really, just right.
And Joseph, what about you?
Well, similar to Vince, but slightly different in the sense that I'm looking for a lovely smooth texture. Obviously the milk and the cream is a really important ingredient inside the chocolate ice cream because in Scotland we're blessed with the best of milk and cream.
How easy is it going to be to find a winner?
It's not going to be easy. It never is because there are 4 judges here and we all look at things differently. We are subjective, but then we look at the objectivity, is what Joseph said as well. Look at the balance, the texture, the whole lot. There are some things that you have to judge even if you don't like the ice cream, which is very important in the judging of it.
So you like the vanillas?
I'm a traditionalist. Vanilla goes with everything.
What about you, Joseph? Your favourite?
Yeah, well, I do tend to like chocolate ice cream above vanilla, but today is all, in my opinion, is all about innovation. So the next class after this, which is our open class, will be fantastic because there'll be lots of mixture between Scottish style ice creams with tablet and oatmeal and whiskey and marmalade, and then we'll have other innovations from other parts of Scotland and the world.
So this is a really hard job. Let's have a go. That was absolutely divine. And this is a $100 million question. Yeah. Both of you have Italian roots. So who does make the best ice cream? Scots or the Italians?
Aha, that is a very good question. The Scottish Italians make the best ice cream.
That's exactly it.
So tell me, what are you looking for today? That there's so many lovely things surrounding us here.
It's sometimes very difficult. In the knitting, we're looking for design and colour and all the different techniques as well, and degree of difficulty as well.
So colour, you say, is important?
Colour and design is important, but the technique is more important. You know, we're looking for nice even tension, no knots, no threads hanging from inside. I'm afraid sometimes people that are entering maybe think the judges don't turn things outside in, but we do. So yes, we're looking for all these things.
And Linda, this year's competition has a bit of an Olympic theme,
yes,
doesn't it?
It certainly does, yes. We have ski socks, ski jumpers, hats, mitts, and some mascots, I think you would say. We have a stuffed horse, which is representing the horse riding part of the Olympics. And we have the Toad of Toad Hall, skating on thin ice.
And do things get better over the years?
Yes, I think they do actually. I think the standard is very high and it has increased over the number of years that I've been involved, which obviously makes it more difficult for amateurs coming in and having a go. But I always say to them, you know, if you don't enter, then there wouldn't be anything for us to judge. So it's nice for everybody to have a go, and it's a bonus if you win a prize. Although we all like to go home with a ticket, don't we?
Well, here at Ingliston, it's taken 2 delicious days of tasting and testing, but in the end, there can only be one overall champion in each category.
And for the first time, we couldn't split between 2 loaves. It was unanimous that both these breads should be joint winners. One is Scotland bread wholemeal, a very beautiful, simple but wholemeal and wonderfully nourishing loaf. And the other one is a seriously fruit and sesame, which was equally delicious in its own way and very different. And although they were all completely anonymous, that award, the joint award, is going to the same bakery. They were both Wild Hearth.
So the winner is St Andrews Farmhouse Cheddar.
The champion of this year's show is Alanda's Gelato in North Berwick with an apple strudel ice cream.
I'm delighted to announce that the winner of the 2021 Royal Highland Showcase Championship is Janice McCabe with her needle-felted horse jumping over one of the jumps at the Tokyo Olympics.
We've actually been really pleased with the level of entries that we've had and the quality. And we've had new classes, for example, in the bread championships. We've had a lockdown baker class, and it just shows that people have been baking together and learning new skills during lockdown. So that's been really great. I mean, it's a new format for us as well as our entrants, but I think people have responded to the idea that their products will get a worldwide, potentially, audience on the live stream, and you know, it's reaching new places that they might not have reached before. So we've had a great response. We're really pleased with how the competition has gone. I will be calling the winners to speak to them after we've finished the whole competition, and that's a really great job to do because they're just so delighted to have won at the Highland Show. So yeah, that's one of the best parts of my day. Well, it's a great accolade, I think, to have won at the Royal Highland and to be able to say that your product has been awarded a gold or even one of the special champion prizes. It's a great accolade, I think, to use in your marketing and to be able to say that you're a Royal Highland champion.
When does the planning start for next year's Scottish Championships?
Next week. No, seriously, we do. We have a board meeting in July and we start planning straight away for next year. So much we've learned from this year because it's so different, and a lot of what we've done this year we will take forward into future years, I think, and make the Highland Show even better.
Well, what an excitement in there. And that brings this year's Scottish Championships to a close. If you've got a product you think is worthy of a gold award, why not consider putting it in for the Royal Highland Show 2022?
over to Andy here and we'll get a wee bit of story on some of the Charlies that we'll be seeing here today with some good classes.
Yes, good morning, Andrew. As you said, a slightly breezy day, so hopefully we're not going to get too much wind interference. This morning there is no aged Charolais Ram class, so we start with the Charolais Shearling class. That's rams of 1 year old. The Charolais breed originates, of course, from eastern France in the Burgundy region, an area also known for some excellent white wines. And although one of the largest number of any breed of sheep in France, their origins actually go back to the Leicester and the Southdown flocks from Great Britain. The breed dates back to the beginning of the 20th century, and a Charolais was recorded winning the carcass competition at the Paris International Show as far back as 1909. So this is very much a carcass breed, the Charolais that we're looking at.
Are they all shearlings, you know?
Are they all shearlings, right?
Yes.
Three shearlings.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So you can see forward in the class we have 3 for this in the Shearling Ram class. We have, can't quite see the numbers here in the cameras, but we have 202 is from Gregor and Bruce Ingram. 204 is from Rickhead Farm, held by the owner there, Hannah Sloan. And I think we have 203 from Nicola Henderson there as well in the middle. So John's going to put his able eye over these very strong Shearling rams that he has in front of him.
They are some strong rams, Andrew, aren't they? Some of these rams would probably be up well over 100 kilos.
How you doing, Hannah?
A big, easy flesh sheep that they are.
Here's a shearling.
There are definitely some well-grown boys in here.
Indeed, Andy, and you'll see there, John's just putting his hand over the rams here. He's checking the mouth to see that the teeth are in the desired position, which is just on the edge of the pad at the front of the mouth, and he'll put his hand over the top of the shoulder, feel the width and of the shoulder right through. You want a good correct ram with the width falling right through from the back there. He's handling the loin in the back, just checking to see the covering of fat over the rams. There shouldn't be too much, as the Charolais is quite a lean, muscly breed, so there shouldn't be too much fat over them, so I'll be handling to check that. He'll be checking the jiggets there at the back end. You'll see him handling the rears, that's him checking to see the muscling over the jigget.
There's a
so he'll handle them, and I would think John will let them go, and he'll see the 3 rams moving for their locomotion and movement. You always want a good free running and moving animal, especially a ram. You want them to be following and trailing their feet well.
Here we go, that's them on the move. And we go, that's our judge making his decision by using his sheep crook and tapping the winners, and they'll be brought back into the centre of the ring in a second in the correct order.
So this hand is where you get to see a bit of hilarity when our stewards try to catch up these tups. We've got a very able man there, Ian Beck, you'll see the taller gentleman. Very able man there, he's been doing the sheep stewarding for a number of years. He'll keep them in line, but you usually get a few thrills and spills when they try to catch these, especially these big rams.
You're not trying to tempt fate there, are you, saying that our steward's going to get upended by the end of the day, are you, Andrew?
No, I'm sure we'll see something. If you keep tuned, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll see something there to give you a bit of a giggle, I would think.
As you can see with this breed, some people choose to lead them with a halter because they're strong sheep, and other people will happily try and handle them without a halter. And some of that depends on how much preparation time they've had at shows previously to just to whether how quiet and how handled they've been in the past.
That's coming out in reverse order there.
Obviously today we don't just have the Charlies on, we've got this morning we have the Zwartpole judging going on. We have the Charlies, the Hampshire Downs, we have the Texels over at the far end there, and it's all getting moved on very well. We'll be covering this ring solely this morning and today, so we will try and get some results of the other breeds in which we're not covering. So please keep tuned and we'll give you them.
So here we have it now, our judge making his final decision, pulling them in order, and he'll have one last look down the line there before he gives a nod to the steward. I know he's going back for another look. And there we go. I think maybe a decision has been made. Yes, it has. So we see top number 202 from Gregor Ingram at the front of the line there. A big, powerful shearling that he is too. And in second place we have 204 from Righead, and then Nicola Henderson in the third position there. That's a big beast. If you're sitting in front of your TV there and you're fancying that one, give him a round of applause, please. Well done, Gregor Ingram, and kicked off the beginning of the Royal Highland Showcase for us in our ring with the first prize.
One there, see just for a kind of spectacle thing there, can something to turn them like 90 degrees here, so they're looking at the...
Aye, maybe in the bigger classes. Behind us a long point.
Oh no,
this next class could be different. Might still be here after dinner with this class.
Oh, there'll be some...
Got to watch this mic.
And over in the Zwartpole ring, the results from this morning, class 65, was a ram 2-shear above. There was only one ram in that class, and that was won by Nicola Henderson with ram number 371. And in the second class of the Zwopels, second class of the Zwopels, class 66. The second class of Zwopel number 66 was won by ram number 376 from Brighead Farm. Second was Brian Gibson, number 373. Third, number 375 from Homely, and fourth, number 374 from the same farm.
So the next class we have, folks, is going to be the Ram Lamb class. We have another good entry in there from the Ingrams, and James Neal. Brigheads have some entries, Thomas Darling, and again the Ingrams there, so we'll see how we come forward here. Apologies if you're getting a bit of wind in there, we're getting blown around, but here we have the Ram Lambs coming forward now.
There's 1 knot forward in this class.
Right, so how many? Six or seven, is it?
6, I think.
Right, okay.
John, I'm just saying now, you look at them this way, run about them, whatever, and then have them turned the other way so the camera's seeing
after
both
I line them,
sides.
after I line them up at the last time.
Well,
At some
whatever.
stage, right? I no bother, just make it a wee bit more spectacle.
Well, we're only seeing the heat from the camera thing.
Right.
Whether what
You want to try and keep them up in this corner then when we're running them a bit?
No, I would actually see the now when you're looking at them, just you could turn them around at the beginning, look at their asses, and just then after that you can, you're just judging them, and
that'll
they're
do.
going into the pantomime after that.
Right, okay.
So look at them this way and then just ask them to turn around. It'll become obvious why you're doing it, like probably.
I'll get them, I'll handle them, then I'll get them to turn them around before we let them go.
And you're just walking around about.
So here we have the class of Charolais Ram lambs. 4 classes here, some well-grown lambs in this class. Andrew, some of these lambs would be born probably the turn of Christmas, would they be around about that age?
Yes, Andy, there'll be a lot of sort of mid-December born lambs in there. I would think there'll be, they're slightly spreading their lambing now into January, the Charleys, getting them slightly later, but yes, primarily they will be December-born lambs. They're all a great strong class of them there. John is going to have his work cut out for this class, I would say.
So in this class we have a family affair on a couple of occasions. Here we have Gregor and Bruce Ingram, and then also his father Willie and mother, their father William and Carol Ingram as well. And we also have Jim Neal back at the Highland Show after a 25-year absence, gone back into Charolais sheep again. Jim was one of the very beginning in the Charolais sheep breed, one of the early importers of the breed. And then a family affair, we have his at Righead, we have his granddaughter Hannah Sloan, is also be owned by her mother, Helen Sloan.
So see just in the line up there we have at the start there we have Gregor and Bruce Ingram with number 202. And you'll see 207 from James Neal there is the second one he handled. The third one that's getting handled there is the first of the Righead consignment. So yep, so there's 206 to start with from Gregor and Bruce Ingram, 207 from James Neal, 208 there is Righead. Then we have Thomas Darling with 210, and I think 209 there at the very end is Hannah Sloan, again holding her Righead entry there. So there you'll see now John has been in the Ram Lamb class. These obviously aren't shorn, so the judge will have a handle of their wool now. And the Charolais breed, and well, a lot of the commercial breeders now are looking for a good tight coat over their rams, over their lambs now for selling. So he'll be handling the wool there. You'll see him grab a sort of side of the sheep there to handle its wool and see he wants to get a good full handful of wool, meaning there's a good tight coat. So he'll put his hand again over Hannah Sloan's there, 209. He'll put his hands over this one and they'll let them go again, and we will see them off and away. These will be quite lively boys, I would think.
Can I get you to turn them round long ways, please?
So they've seen their arses because they'll be hiding the sheep for the camera. Right. They can have their arses facing
And you'll see our judges now turn the sheep sideways on, so head to tail,
turn them
so
around
that
another way
you
so the camera
take
can
a look at the side profile of
please.
the animals. And then turn them around. You have to see these sheep from all ends,
Aye.
but you need a good balance
Exactly,
front to back, which is what you would be looking for, from the jigget through to the shoulder, 2 level parallel lines, and also be after a sharp and cocky head, bright eyes, and alert animals. You get in an excellent shot there from the camera of John handling the sheep. Just see where he's handling them across the loin there. The loin is where your loin chops come from, and of course you'll handle them down the jigget, which is where your Sunday roast leg of lamb comes from. Not that these sheep will be for over the butcher's table. Most of these lambs will go on and grow into shearlings and go into other flocks and probably be sold at the main Charolais sheep sale later on this month,
Right,
Andrew, I
just
think,
let
or
them go,
certainly
please.
in next month or two, and that's them away.
Yes, and I believe the sale will be in the next sort of month or so. That's held. The main sale will be held down at Shrewsbury for the Charlies. Usually a very big sale. Charlie's still demanding quite a good price commercially, especially down there. They like they're still on the early lambing down there, so they'd have their commercial lambs been born from January onwards. So they yes, the next month or so will be a very busy month for the Charlie breeders.
And wasn't there a Charolais sale just yesterday? I believe the president of the society was. Did he not have a down south, or certainly in the last couple of days there, I believe?
So just while we're waiting for John to select some of them here, you'll see him, he'll tap. And the stocksman will be watching now to see which one he taps first, and they'll have to grab them in the correct order for him. But while we're waiting on that, I'd just like to thank the sponsors for the Charolais sheep section today. That's Scott Beef. We're very grateful towards them for their continued sponsorship of these classes.
And also the sponsors in this section are DNR Rural, Davidson and Robertson. Thank you again for their generous sponsorship. The shows like this are all very grateful for that. It does make the pennies add up, and the shows would be unable to commence without our fantastic commitment from the sponsors. That's a brawl-looking pen of lambs, Andrew, I have to say. A few crackers amongst there. Can you get your eye on a winner yourself?
Just looking through them there, it's quite hard to choose through them. I don't envy John's job. There is a difference between them all here, but John will have his type he likes. You'll see yourselves looking through the cameras. There's a few sort of longer sheep through them, but they aren't the same height. There'll be some slightly taller, stronger sheep there. As he's tapped the largest one of the group. I think that's a rig head sheep, but we'll soon see. See Hannah's moving forward anyway.
Yeah, it looks like she's ready to pounce on that one, and I know a great looking sheep it is too. And John's pulling in his second prize as well. And these guys have to be sharp to be ready to dive in there and get them in the right order.
Yep, a stockman needs to keep an eye on their own sheep and make sure it's. There's been many a competitor has grabbed the wrong sheep, believing that they've had a winner.
Wouldn't we all try it out?
Oh, it's been seen and done before, I would say, yes, definitely. But the stewards will now get the Charlies into the corner here. They're quite well known, the Charlie breed. They're a very strong, virile breed, and when they have their own, they make up their own minds on what they want to do and where they go. They're very flighty, but that's not a bad thing for any sheep breed to be. You want plenty of strength. You want to have a bit of go about them. You want the lambs to be lively, and the Charlies certainly are very well known for their vigour.
And we were talking about our stewards earlier on, and it's lovely to see Alice Shanks here as a steward. Alice, along with Gavin Shanks, had been a great breeder of a number of breeds, including the Beltex, and of course originally with the Blue Domain. Along with my father, Gavin and I were sparring partners in the Blue Domain breed going back many years, and it's great to see Alice here, and she's got a mine of knowledge about all the breeds and about sheep, and still breeds Beltex herself.
Yeah, she's would both be original importers, I believe, Andy, of the Blue Domains. Very big stalwarts of those breeds, bringing them forward and putting them up there, and they're still very well, still a strong class, I believe, this year of Blue Domains. I think looking down the lines, which is great to see. We have so anyway here with Bakar and the ring, and as we thought, yes, it's Hannah Sloan's pulled forward her Ram Lamb first here, with the Ingrams coming into second, and Thomas Darling pulling his Ram forward in third. Oh no, we'll just wait for the line up here as they're bringing forward. It might be slightly different here, I think.
This is where if you're cute, you try and sneak in the front end of the line there, Andrew, and hope nobody notices.
Exactly, yeah, that can happen. I've seen that on many occasions as well there, Andy.
I earned my living showing cattle and sheep over the years gone by, and there were a lot of tricks that one would try, but a good steward would normally sort it out, and a good judge would frown on you a little bit.
Certainly. I've seen many a judge caught out with that as well. Actually, it's if it's done quick enough and sneakily enough in a big enough class, it can happen. But usually, in the end up, they're not scared to drop somebody down a few places when they realise what's been happening. But yep, there we go. We have our lineup now. So we have, as I was saying, Hannah Sloan for Righeads in first position. We have the Ingrams in second position, and James Neal standing there in third.
Right. Please turn them. Can you turn them long ways, please?
Turn them the other way around so they get the numbers in.
So Andy and I are just having to make a decision here on what we were actually doing the prizes. We might be completely back to front here, but we'll soon find out. But we've managed to get them to change the way that they're holding the sheep for you, so that you get a better view of all angles of the rams. And you can see a good view of the business end here now of these rams, which is the jigget and the shape and the muscle.
Again, what the steward tells me.
I think we're maybe right, Andy. I think we've got the right positions here.
Well, maybe he's just not totally made up his mind yet, because he's going back in for another check on these. So we've very often seen these changed once they've had a second look at them. And there we go. Judge John Andrew has gone and had another look at all the sheep. And I would expect him now, a man of his experience, to probably make a final decision at this point. He's certainly been thorough, and he's certainly not hanging about when it comes to judging. A man that knows his mind very much.
No, certainly not. And it's still a huge stage, this, for people to be showing their rams or their lambs or their sheep, and it's still a very big job to make sure you have the best of the best here. As you can see, we've got a great show of ram lambs in this class, and you want to get it right, especially at this huge stage.
And the handlers will be getting very nervous now. The longer he takes to have another look, they just all be feared that he could just switch them round. So I think young Hannah there will just be crossing up on a pair of fingers, I would say. Well, look out, we've got one on the move somewhere.
Yeah. I would say the handlers will be quite glad of. I know we're not enjoying this win, but I'd say the handlers are. The length of time they're having to stand and hold these sheep will be. If they weren't getting a breeze, they'd be getting a fair sweat one, I would say, standing there waiting for John to make his choice. But it's good to see him been thorough.
Indeed, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good, eh? Certainly indecisive about this first pair, I think, Andrew.
He's still having a good look over them anyway. It's, as you say, as we're saying, it's such a huge spectacle and such a huge accolade to be winning at the Highland Show, whether it's the show or the showcase. It's still a huge accolade, and these people, that John will be wanting to make sure that he gets it right. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people watching just now that that'll be thinking otherwise, but I'm sure he'll want to make sure he gets it, and he'll certainly be picking his favourite anyway, that's for sure.
And certainly a lot of these lambs get chance to be proven, or the judges get chance to be proven with their Highland Show winners when the sales come round. Generally a first prize at the Highland Show is going to add a lot of price to your sales stock. And here we go. It looks like we've got a decision. Yes, we have, and it is Hannah Sloan Righead. So number...
I'm just having a look over here. We've got everything nailed down to this table now. So yeah, it's that'll be 209, I believe, Andy.
Okay, I know she's got 2 entered in the class there, and. We're struggling to get the information here, but second we think was 206, and third would be 207 from Jim Neal. And as I said, it's nice to see Jim back in the show ring here with Chevrolet Sheep again. So going back to the Walpole ring, we saw the ewe, the 2 sheer and over, and the prize results were number 379 was first from Home Lee, number 378 was second from Brian Gibson, third Nicola Henderson, number 382, and fourth I Am Brisbane, number 381. And I think the class of Shearling Gimmers is now just about to be concluded. We'll get the results of that to you as soon as we can. Any results on the hams? Do you want to see if the stewards got them ready? So I don't know what's going on here. We're still got an empty ring. You want to tell him to cut to that ring? Possibly. Shit. I took it with me, but I couldn't. You want to cut to an ad break for a second? They'll just be doing their own thing. We're fine. We'll come back to you. They'll build something else in the middle. These guys. And here we have coming into the ring the first of the female classes. I beg your pardon, there are 3 forward in this class. I thought maybe one wasn't here. She's just not wanting to come into the ring just now, I don't think, but maybe she's a little bit shy of the limelight. And here she comes now, making up the 3rd entry. Again, in these classes, we have the Ingrams, the 2 sons, and the mother and father, and another one from Nicola Henderson. I can't get the age of these ewes, but one would assume they would have reared at least 1 lamb.
I don't suppose it says anything in the thing whether they've reared the lamb or not. Does that not come into it?
You got an issue?
No matter. They've been spent for as long anyway. Could well have done like.
The Charolais breed, of course, from France when they came into the country, going back into I think 1976, would have been brought in originally by Jonathan and Carol Barber in Weymouth, and the Charolais Society formed shortly after that. Since those days, the Charolais breed will have developed in the UK to being a more powerful, bigger animal than maybe they do have in France now, as you can see by these 3 ewes. I mean, there's some tremendous power and size about them. Some of them are as big as the rams that were in the class before.
Right, as you were, handle them up. Got to do what the steward tells me.
That's good for everyone to see.
Reared lambs this year, Bruce?
Yeah, it's one of the lambs this year is actually by her.
Our judge again handling them for conformation and for wool and depth of jigget in these ewes. The fact that they're females, they still need that excellent carcass if they're going to breed the lambs that we saw earlier on.
Need the big boys for the big sheep, do we? Hanging on, not too bad.
Giving you enough ring anyway.
I have so.
Grazing holes in here.
I'm just doing what the steward tells me in terms of positioning them like for a
yeah.
carver.
No, you're totally right.
She reared lambs this year?
What's that, sorry?
She reared lambs?
Aye, yeah.
Normally at the Highland Show we would see larger entries of the Charolais breed, but a lot of these sheep will have been got into show condition for the Highland Show, and generally when people get their animals into condition for a show, they'd like to carry on showing for slightly longer in the season. So it has narrowed our entries down a little bit this year, but we're very delighted to see the numbers of sheep and animals that we have here at the show this time. And I think it's an excellent spectacle, and credit to the exhibitors to turn out during what's been a very difficult year. And here we see the handlers letting the ewes go again. Now we get a really good look at these 3 smart ewes. Some tremendous back ends on ewes for sheep of this size. I'm no expert in this breed, although I've been involved in a few breeds, but I think I can pick out a winner. But I'll leave you guys to on your TVs to have a look. You're getting some excellent shots from our 2 brilliant and experienced cameramen here on the side of the rails, and again some quite apprehensive stockmen standing about crossing their fingers and waiting for John to go forward with his crook and pick out a winner for us.
Certainly, I would say this class is every bit as strong as the last, even though there's not the same numbers. I would say it's quite a big decision here for John to make, but there's certainly a very eye-catching ewe in there at the moment. But as everyone says, horses for courses. This man might not like that particular type, and we're soon to find out.
You're not going to stick your neck on the line then, nor am I there, Andrew. We both body swerved that one. We'll let the judge do his job. That's what he's there for. As I mentioned earlier on, John and Carol Barber brought the sheep, the first Charolais in 1976, and John has stayed involved in the breed for all this time. I think maybe it was only last year that he just stepped down as CEO, 40 years with the breed, and the office is still there, and the sheep are still administered from the office down in Wymondon in Norfolk.
Some power here.
Here we see the sheep coming back out on parade.
You're first, Gregor. Ask the steward. First here or wherever. Seem to do it different every class. I thought that was £20 notes you were throwing away there.
And the wind's picking up even more here, so Andrew and I struggle to hang on to our paperwork there. So sorry we left you, but now we see the three sheep back into the ring, pulled back in order. And Andrew, I'm not sure if that's the order that you picked them in. Maybe when he turns them around, we'll have a look. He's going to switch something by the looks of it. No, he's turning them round, I think. There we go. Now we get to see the, as Andrew called it, the business end, and there's certainly some business in those ends of sheep there, Andrew, aren't there? Some tremendous back ends on those first two ewes there.
Yes, there is. I mean, it's very hard to pick between the two. You can see there's great shape and depth in the jiggets to those girls there, but they carry that through in the strength, great strength through their backs and tops. I'm sure John will say something at the end that'll be contrary to what I'm saying, but as we stand here and look at them, without handling the sheep, they are two extremely strong ewes that anyone would be more than happy to have in their flock. So there we go, the prizes are being handed out now. The first one we have is 212 from, this is an entry from Gregor and Bruce. In second prize is the 214 from William and Carol. And in third we have Nicola Henderson's there again, but two extremely strong ewes there in that class and very hard to split. I would say, I think John will be thinking the same.
Certainly are two super ewes, some fine ewes and great carcasses and great ends on them. It's tremendous to see a family affair there, and it's nice to see those two battle it out, and well done to the boys.
So whilst we we'll wait for the next class to come forward. It'll be the Gimmer class. I'll give you some results here for the Hampshire section. In the first class, the ram 2 shearer above. In first place was, funnily enough, Andy, it was myself and Louise. Louise Forrest with a 2 shear ram. In the second class, the Shealing Ram class, the single entry there was won by J and R McFarlane. In the Ram Lamb class, a strongly contested class, in first place was number 238 from Geoffrey Todd. Second place is number 240 from Giant R McFarlane. Third place was from the same home, number 239, Giant R McFarlane. Fourth was number 237 from Geoffrey Todd, and fifth was another Ram Lamb from myself and Louise Forrest. In the aged U class, there were about a to and fro in that class. In first place was number 244 from Giant R McFarlane. Second place was number 241 from myself and Louise Forrest. Third place was number 243 from Geoffrey Todd, and he had the fourth prize in 242. In the Shearling U class, in the first place was myself and Louise with 245. Second place was number 249 from Giant R McFarlane. Third place was number 250 from Giant R McFarlane. And fourth place was from 246 from myself and Louise. They're currently judging the ewe lamb class in there at the moment. It's looks a fairly strong class from where we are sitting at the moment.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, at least that probably 4,000, yeah.
Andy's away just now just to get some results for the Zwartbil section. We'll hopefully get a few results for that for you shortly.
The Shirley U.
Oh, the two ewes, you know, there's not much between them at all, and I suppose any judge could have swapped them, you know. So, but no, we're happy. This was probably our favourite that was first.
Certainly was, and I think you gave the judge a hard task there to separate them, and congratulations to you. And let's just mention a little bit about yourselves at Logie Durno, probably one of the biggest pedigree sheep breeders in the UK, I would say, up there. And you're running what, up near 4,000 ewes, would that be right, Gregor?
Yeah, that's right, about 4,000 ewes, and that's a mixture between outdoor lambing ewes, and then there's indoor lambing ewes, and then there's a lot of pedigree sheep as well from quite a few different breeds.
And you'll be selling a lot of pedigree rams every year, Bruce, is that right? And you actually have your own sales on farm and online, I think, these days.
Yeah, the sale in the middle of August. Yeah, where we have about 350 commercial rams of that. Yeah, so it's a great success, and hopefully we should carry on the same this year. So
well, certainly the sheep trade has been buoyant in the last 2 or 3 years, and I've seen some of the trade you guys have been having been absolutely tremendous success for you. And all we can do now really is wish you a bit more success carrying on with these two ewes there. I certainly did the ewe you've got there, Gregor. We fancied her when she was running around the ring there, and I hope you go further with those and keep up the good work. We'll see you in a short while.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be back at the Highland Show again. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
cheers, bye.
lamb you buy has field cred. What is field cred? Field cred means local, properly local, born and reared here in Scotland, for cheekier chops all round. Field cred means respectfully reared, better for the livestock for better peace of mind. Field cred means quality assured, assured with independent checks on trusted Scottish farms, meaning mindful munchies. Field cred means lush landscapes, landscapes ideal for grazing, for the animals and for you. So don't just make it with field cred.
Scotland's Rural College. For the next generation. For the future of our food. For the future of our environment. For the natural economy. Take it to the next level.
We need some, you may be asked if you've any comments to make it. This is a good animal and all the rest. But for Scott Brown for the afternoon, he'll probably stand down and say in the afternoon, and our judge today, John Anderson, the well-known Roundson Flock, he's put this animal champion, this animal was bought in such and such a place, it's sired in such and such a place.
Well, I think, Could Fraser said at the last he wanted to speak to his interviews after judges.
And we're delighted to have with us Martin Hall, one of the sponsors, the boss of DNR Rural, and also he's the director of the Highland Show. Welcome to the Highland Show.
Thank you. Yeah, we're delighted to be here sponsoring the sheep class today, so Charolais sheep. So cracking day, and it's great to see stock on the ground. It's really good to have this event happening.
It's certainly cracking day it is, slightly challenging maybe with the wind that's been going backwards and forwards, but we really do appreciate. And what is it that you do there at DNR Rural, Martin, where are you based?
So we're based throughout Scotland and the north of England. We're rural property advisors, and advising all range of rural property matters.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure all the farmers here appreciate that, and they certainly do appreciate your sponsorship here, and I believe you'll be handing out the prizes in a short while to the Charolais winners.
I will indeed. Looking forward to that.
Thanks very much for speaking to us.
Thanks.
And here we go, we're back into the Charolais sheep classes again, and the Gimmer class. A Gimmer, known as a Gimmer in the north in Scotland, known as a shearling there. In fact, they're called all sorts of things, a yearling. What he thinks of
a lot of the breeds, the shearling U class, there's always some strong entries, and just as much so in the Charolais section as in any others. There's some flashy looking girls here. They're looking very well. We've got a fairly strong entry in this class. You'll see the Ingrams coming forward now as well. We have.
All right, I didn't realise that. I thought that was all of us. So we do have some more Gimmers coming. That was quite surprising. There were two. Yes, we can see the Ingrams coming in again, and these boys are having a good day, we have to say, and they're coming in strong again by the looks of it.
Yep. No, Andy, the Ingrams always come away very strong in the Charolais class. It's one of the stronger breeds that they have. They do have numerous breeds there between Texels and Suffolks and Charolais, and a few utility breeds, half-bred tups and things that they breed themselves, crossing tups and things. They've got a vast array of pedigree stock there at Logadurno. They actually have their own sale of stock there as well. So,
Gregor, bring it in a wee bit, will you?
So for those of you just tuning in, that's as we're lined up now. Our judge, Mr. Andrew, from Maybole is now looking over his shearling ewe or gimmer class.
Six ewes forward and 6 gimmers forward in this one, so that's the largest class of the day, which is true to form.
Can you turn them sideways and then after that turn them all the way?
So give you the results just now. That was their largest class as well. It probably would be the same through all the breeds. And Andrew, I believe you gave us the results for the Hampshires just now, and you came in with some prizes yourself there. Well done.
Yes, doing away not too bad there. We're not long in the breed, so I'm just getting a start and going there. So hopefully there's more to come in the years. So we'll see how it goes. But you'll see there now. We've got the Gimmer class here that we're watching now are getting turned around. You can see them all there, and I tell you, Andy, this is an incredibly strong class when you look at them here, side on.
Certainly is some. I have to say on the one sheep there's some muscle end on that. That's a huge digit end on that particular ewe, and yeah, a great class of Gimmers. Sparkly Gimmer in the middle. I can see there, and nice to see them sideways on. And now we're turning around again to see the business end, and a serious business ends we can see.
Yeah, certainly, and as a lot of people will say, it's the first thing to be cut off, Andy, when they get to the commercial end. But the heads, when you get to the show side, mean a fair bit. You want a good flashy sheep there in front of you, and I can tell you in this class, I would say the 6 incredibly flashy, showy sheep there. You can see their heads held up and their ears pointed forward. They know what they're doing here. These females are showing themselves off incredibly well.
Too big that sheep for you, Hannah. Right, come.
Hannah, slow big heads there, just slowly keep hold of that Gimmer there. She's doing an able job of keeping her in line. She knows what she's doing there, Hannah. She's been working with Charlie's for a long time with her mother and father there. But John will now go over all the Gimmers here and handle them all, and make sure that what you see is what you get. As you see with the Charlies, they're all they dress them, but the shearling Gimmers are all been clipped there. Not that long now, so there's not what you see is what you get really with them. There's not too much dressing been done with the Gimmers.
And we do have to state that for those of you that are less initiated, of course, some breeds are allowed to be trimmed and some breeds aren't. The rules have always been there. And the Charolais breed are a sheep that's always been trimmed or dressed, as Andrew called it, and these sheep will have been carded out and dressed quite a few times, so put a bit of shape into them. But as we say, this time of year, because they've normally been clipped in maybe May or a little bit earlier, that you are getting to see the whole sheep without just seeing the shapes of the wool.
Yes, no, and you can see there that there's very little wool on them. What he's handling is what he's got there. It's the hand, his hand isn't going far into the wool there. As you can see, he's getting a full hand of meat there when he handles those sheep.
Turn them long ways again, please.
Andrew and I are just discussing in our infinite wisdom what we think of the sheep in this class, and some of them are much wider behind, and some of them maybe just a little bit more feminine and flashy, and it'll be a matter of preference for a judge like this. I know John says he puts the Charolais across his commercial ewes, so he'll be probably looking for a commercial and carcass beast, maybe rather than the flashier show beast, or maybe he can see both of that in one sheep. That's always the utopia. That's what we all try to breed, isn't it, Andrew?
Oh, it certainly is, but as a lot of people, as a lot of stocksmen will tell anyone, it's not always a show sheep that'll breed you a show sheep.
Yes, I couldn't agree with that one. Here we go, we can see them on the move now, and this is when you really get to see these gimmers. A lot of these ewes will probably only just come in out of the field, or maybe not have been overly trained, so they will be bright and alert, and we might see a few fireworks, but it's great to see the sharp, flashy front side of them as well as the back end, and to see them moving.
Yes, and this is when you'll really see the show qualities of these girls here. This is when they get let off, and you can see if a girl can if they can lift their head up in the air and show themselves off very well. You like to see that in a show animal.
Very often you'll see an easy winner when they're running like this, and very often some sheep are born natural champions, and you see them as soon as you walk in the field. They know that they're the best, and they show themselves off without any help from anybody. And maybe we can see some amongst these.
Even as you look through these girls here, though, Andy, they're all very alert. They're all very bright. They all know that they're the best of the best in here now, and they're certainly showing themselves off that way. There's not a poor looking sheep in there at all. They're all keeping themselves very bright and alert, and yeah, as we said before this class started, John certainly got his work cut out in it.
And sometimes maybe in these windy conditions you'd think it would put the sheep off a little bit, and the wind will be bothering them, but we're certainly not seeing any signs of the wind affecting them. It's just only affecting you and I here.
It's just affecting us, Andy, that's for sure. If there's anyone in the vicinity of the Highland Show, I'd be more than happy if you could bring a hammer and some 6-inch nails to keep these bits of paper nailed down for us.
And the tent as well, I think. I think this one's certainly going to test him, Andrew. Anyway, I think this is probably the one when you're a judge, is the class that you fear when there's 6 identical, pretty good gimmers in there, and not one easy winner. So he's certainly going to take his time on this one, I would say.
No, certainly it's going to have to have a good look over them, because, as I say, there's 6 very different sheep in that ring there. They all have their own separate qualities. They all have their they're all very different in different ways or shapes or forms. I mean, if you're standing here looking at it, he's tapping his first pick there at the moment, but if you're looking at it from a non-sheep farming side of it, and you're looking in and thinking these are all just sheep, if you look into them slightly deeper, you can see they're all different qualities to these sheep, and John will have his preferences as to what he likes in them, but he's certainly got his work cut out looking through this anyway, that's for sure.
Then this in here. Then this in, then this in. Yours, then yours, then Hannah's.
And we can see that John is catching the sheep up now, so probably been some decisions made, and we'll all have to wait and see how they come back out and line up. Certainly looks like that's an Ingram going in there for the first grab there, Andrew.
Yep, there's an Ingram sheep coming out here first of all, but that doesn't mean it'll be the first sheep right enough. It's just the first man to go, I would say. So we'll see from what I saw before, he was certainly holding one of the stronger shaped sheep in the class. So you can see John must be going for that, as we were thinking.
It looks like another Ingram going in to back it up again. These boys have done a double just now, and they'll be battling against each other. It's great to see a bit of family rivalry, especially when it's well, the one is showing for mother and father, and the other one is showing their own sheep, their own pair of sheep. Gregor and Ingram have Gregor and Bruce have their own flock of sheep, but one of them's had to stand down from showing his own sheep to show his mum and dad's sheep. So that's great to see. The rivalry is good. Here we see it looks like Hannah Sloan going in for a third pick. But again, these sheep are coming out in this order. That's the order that the judge saw them when they were going round the ring. As we've seen before, when he brings them back out, he'll have another good look at another handle, and could easily change his mind. That's certainly a bright sheep of Hannah's coming out there, isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah, she was certainly one that stood out as she came in the ring. She's a very, very flashy beast, and she looks the part when she was walking around the ring. She would be more of your sort of feminine, more sort of feminine sheep of the group. The two that you see with the Ingrams there are very incredibly strong, powerful sheep. But if you're looking for the showiest of the lot, I would say that Hannah's certainly got her in the ring there, but just lacking that strength and power. But I'm sure John will tell us something different shortly and make us look rather silly, but that's what we think anyway.
He might just tell us to shut up, Andrew.
I think the people watching might be telling us to do so, Andy.
There's one thing for sure, she's either got to be, you can't part those two there, can you? There's the two Ingram sheep there do look like they're peas in a pod just now, and that Gemma doesn't fit between them, that's for sure. The Gemma doesn't fit between them for sure, so if he's going to change his mind, maybe he'll bring her all the way to the top.
Certainly, we've seen it happen many a time before, but no, as you say, a judge will stick to form. Really, they'll try and if they've got a strong one first, they'll try and keep it. You really want to be, if you're judging, to have a sort of ladder scale to what you're picking, going all the way down through, whether it's height or strength. You'll see it going through the line, so it's great to see this here. As we'll see, they'll turn round, and I'm sure you'll see a sliding scale from top to bottom of what's what with them. So, but no, the pair from the Ingrams there are looking tremendous. So John will now have a walk up through. They're all caught and all standing in front of him again now. So he'll have another inspection. He'll recheck and make sure that he might handle them, one or two of them again, just to double check that he's got them after he's had them away for a few minutes walking round. So he'll reassess, and we'll see where we go from here.
I have to say there's no slouch further down the line as well. I mean, the two sheep at the top are brilliant, but there's tremendous sheep right the way down to 6th place. They're all superb examples of the Shirley breed.
Bring her back.
Okay, so here we see John taking another look.
Somebody with a bit of wax on it, like a feather.
I'm not sure if he's moving it or whether she's just being a bit lively. She certainly does look like she's got a bit of life about her, I'd have to say. I'd rather Hannah showing her than me. She certainly would like to probably take off back into her field if she could get a chance.
No, definitely. I think she'll certainly be enjoying the wind, keeping her cool there. Anyway, if that sun was beating down without that, I think she'll be getting a fair struggle on. But no, she's very able amongst the Charley breed. She knows what she's doing. She can handle herself very well. So there you'll see them turn round now, and we're going to get an idea of what the judge has been looking at through them. You can see up through the line there that you can see his types going through there, from the two very strong girls there at the front, going through to the sort of more feminine types coming through them there, and as you can see, Hannah's is probably the flashiest of the more feminine kinds there, as you can see them there. But no, the Ingrams have got some very strong in there. You'll see now what we're talking about.
That is two serious jiggers on two gimmers there. In the ring further down the way, we've got the Beltex class, and they claim that they're the ones with the big back ends, but you'd have to look a long way to find many sheep with a back end as strong as these two gimmers in 1 and 2.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, you can see through them that when John was handling them coming through, his hands weren't going very far in there. Solid sheep. With great depth of jigget as well. You were mentioning the Beltex breed there. They're notably very strong for their jigget and shape, but there'll be a lot of them struggling to get the same depth as these Charlies. They are incredibly powerful.
And looks like that's the nod, and there we go. We see the Ingram boys again, and we've seen. I can't remember which is the older one, but we've seen one brother beat the other one the other way around this time, and two excellent gimmers that we've got there. Outstanding examples of the breed, and congratulations to the Ingrams. They're having a great day, and well done to the two boys here, and to all the rest of the exhibitors in this ring. That's a credit to the breed and a credit to yourselves.
For these folk down in the country, you've an office down in the air market. We have, yeah.
So they will have 2:15, so that's Gregor and Bruce's own gimmer there that's winning to start with, and William and Carroll's is the second prize.
Okay, so I think they've switched them round then from the last class.
Yeah, I think they're chopping and changing just to keep us guessing, Andy, I think.
Yeah, sometimes it could be easy catch you out when somebody decides to lead somebody else's sheep when you're commentating, and they can trip you over. I'm sure they do it just to wind us up.
A couple more classes yet. Just the ewe lambs and then of the champion. I don't know if there's groups. I'm not sure if there's groups or not.
I don't think so. I think it's the ewe lambs straight into championship.
Then it'll be dinner time. Then it'll be dinner time, eh?
Exactly. A bit breezy, but at least it's
dry, I tell you, I thought this morning, I left home and I looked at forecast and I thought it's going to be.
Then we see the prizes being handed out all the way down the line, and again there'll be prize money that goes with this, and generously sponsored or provided by our sponsors.
We tried about rain kind of 7 to 9 o'clock last night at home.
Right, okay.
Not sure if Andrew read you the full results out of that ring, but I'm afraid my piece of paper is blown away just now. But I'm sure you've been watching.
Well up in the company
caught up with the numbers there.
I was. I was
and that's bringing us almost towards the end of our Charolais judging. They will be seeing the ewe lamb classes next in a few minutes.
Land market still strong. There's very strong. There's a good farm for sale down our way at the moment. Just came in the paper last week, Netherton.
Yeah, we're selling that one.
And meanwhile, we'll look back to the Zwoppel ring, which is beside me, and I'm sorry the cameras can't quite pick that up, but we've got the results in the Zwoppel ring class 69 for the Ram Lamb class, and we have first number 398 from Ali Baird. Well done, Ali. Second, number 400 from Home Lee, and third, we have 401 again from Homely. Fourth, 403 from Nicola Henderson. Fifth, we have Brian Gibson with number 399. And down to sixth, we have Neil Miller with 402. That's the conclusion of the Ram Lamb classes in the Zwoppel section, class 65.
Through the online portal, you will have an access to a library of modules, giving you the practical tools and techniques to upskill, challenge and apply your new learnings to your business.
When it's early, when it's cold outside, when you're out on the hills and the world is at your feet. Do you remember that time when you fought for us, in the fields and on the beaches, when you built cities on your back and farmed the land, and through it all, you asked for nothing? The British Horse Society, for every horse.
Super. What is super? Super is wild. Super is exciting. Super is local. Super is chefs, not robots. Super is flavour. Super is family. At Baxter's, we don't just make soup. We make super.
Scotland is serving up peaty, oaty, beefy, brothy, sweet, sour, fresh, fizzy, mashin', smashin', buffalo. A dod, a dollop, baps, buttery, smoky, stovies, a mickle, a muckle, spurtle, stir, dry, cured, drafted, crafted, scran. Whew. Scotland brings so much to the table. To help support the local producers we're so proud to have, tuck in to onthetable.scot.
Of some tremendous Shirley Ewelams.
No, I kind of couldn't, but maybe need to get into overtime this time. Yeah? I was telling Hannah that she's needing somebody with a bit of weight to had that gimmer. Who did you not get to your feather for? She said there wasn't a white coat big enough.
So now we have the largest entry class here in the Charlies is the final class overall now is the Ewelams. We have a very good entry in this class again. We have the Ingrams with a few again. James Neal has a ewe lamb in this as well here. Nicola Henderson, Rig Hedge, Thomas Darlin, all of our competitors have got a sheep in this class now. You'll see, what have we got? 8 in total there. So you see them all going forward then. I believe that might be everything. I'm looking to the back now. No, there's another one coming up. So we have 9 entries for this class, Andy, and there are 9 sheep forwards. This is a full hit.
They're getting bigger and bigger, these classes, and when the judge started off with a fairly easy task with his couple of tups in there, now this is gonna. He'll be looking forward to this though. It's always a nice class to judge of the ewe lambs. You do get to see some of these young animals and potential lives they've got in front of them of breeding, and it's tremendous to see some great pretty ewe lambs in here again.
It is, and it's a sliding scale from the first two sections there with the ewe and the Gimmer classes, and you can see these are the future. These are what are going to be coming forward, and potentially next year these will be here as Gimmers or shilling ewes, and there's certainly all 9 that are in front of us, I would say, have the potential to go forward and do some great sheep for these flocks, or if they go to sell them, they'll be great sheep for someone to purchase as foundation females, because they're all tremendous examples of the breed there in front of us now. As you'll see tomorrow, there's the commercial sheep section. There'll be a lot of lambs in there that'll be sired by Charlies. There's approved some great meat machines, and there's a lot of great early selling lambs off of these, off of the Charlie breed. They're very quick to come forward to markets, and you see when they turn around. If you're just tuning into us, when you see these sheep turn around, you'll see the business end of these sheep, the jigget in the shape, and you can see the length of these ewe lambs. Even now you can see the length of them, and coming forward, that's what you want. You want a good long back and loin, quite a good shapy jigget there. That's where all the meat comes from, and I would say a lot of these ewe lambs are showing those sort of qualities. Are quite hard to discriminate between any of them there, Andy. They're all showing great strength and power and great length, a lot of them as well.
Certainly do, and yeah, we're seeing the end where the character is just now, and you do need that feminine character in these ewes, as we said earlier on, but in a minute we'll probably get to see the other end, and maybe that will start to sort out some winners for us. As I said, it's nice to see Jim Neal back here in the show ring, and I think there's a story that when Hannah Sloan started the Righead flock, that Jim had very nobly given her a ewe lamb for a wedding present, and I think that's how the Righead flock got started. And Jim, as I said, along with his cousin Ewan Hislop, were one of the very early breeders, probably the first breeders in Scotland to bring the Charolais sheep in, and were unstoppable for a couple of decades until they dispersed. So it's great to see Jim back again after all those years. And it's also great to see his granddaughter, who's picked up the mantle and has been doing tremendously well over the last 4 or 5 years as well.
You'll see there beside Hannah, the young man that's holding Hannah's other sheep, young Mr. Kieran Finlater. Stays just along the road from Righeads, and very keen to go and help out, help Hannah and do bits and pieces for him. A very able young man.
And that's your part of the country, I believe, there, Andrew. You're from down that southwest corner there, aren't you? Not too far from there.
Just down that neck of the woods there, Andy. Yeah, down the banana belt. Down in the Solway, Costa del Solway down there. I left some rain this morning, so quite glad to see it hasn't followed me all the way back, all the way up here to Edinburgh. But no, that's down that neck of the woods that I'm from as well. Yeah.
Well, certainly you can keep a breed of sheep that likes grass, because that's one thing you boys can get is plenty of grass down in that with the amount of rainfall that you get falling down there in the Solway coast.
That and rice paddies, I would say at the moment, Andy.
In the far ring, we can see there's Wortels lining up there. I don't think they've made any decisions on those yet, but again, it looks like a tremendous entry of that striking breed. And for those that don't know, those Wortels, we tried to get the camera to them, but they are a large black sheep with a white blaze and 4 white feet, and they certainly are quite striking. You'll see them in farms on the side of the road, and people stop and take pictures of them. They're a tremendous breed from.
We also we've had a championship decided here this morning already now with in the Hampshire Down section, and winning the overall was a ewe from the McFarlanes, with reserve going to ram, a 2-shear ram from myself and Louise. That was a good little go there, Andy.
Well done there, Andrew. That's tremendous achievement to get in amongst there, and I think you're just fairly new into the Hampshire breed as well. So that's a superb. Is that your first time winning in the big time at the Highland Show with the Hamps?
Yes, it is. My fiancée Louise, she has been involved with them for 2 or 3 years, slightly longer than myself, with a couple of our friends keeping them, and that's a stock ram that they purchased that we were using there, and yep, good to see him.
Well done indeed. And back to the Charolais ring here now. We see again the sheep turning sideways. It's lovely to see them end to tail like that, so we can get to see the carcasses. And I have to congratulate our camera team here as well. They're doing an excellent job of getting these animals into view and into focus for you. In fact, you're probably seeing them better than we can do from the ringside.
I'm going to let them all go. I can let a select
I
few
don't know
go.
if anybody's out there picking for winners, but I certainly see again there's a couple that maybe stand out from them when we're seeing them from this end, but then we have to give, as we said before, we have to get both ends on the sheep to make it a good sheep.
Certainly, it's quite hard to get that perfect sheep that goes from front to back with all the right qualities. Mainly due to the fact that there's so many differences within a lot of breeds. There's people that prefer different things, and to get one that has all good balance and qualities. But I tell you, Andy, looking up the top lineup of 3 there's 3 peas in a pod, and I would say I'm guessing they're Ingram sheep.
And what we're seeing now is the first time we've seen this is what we call a short lead. So the judge will go down there and he'll pick, rather than picking them all out there, he'll pick the 4 or 5 that he thinks are going to be in the prize list, and then and amongst the prizes, and then he'll loose those, go and have a look at them, and then he'll loose the second lot to go after that. So rather than trying to run all 9 sheep out at once, here we go, just to get to see 4 or 5 of them. I'm not sure if he's picked those 4 or 5 because they're his favourites, or maybe that's just a random pick, but I suggest that's probably the former.
Yep, I would say he's picked from handling the sheep. Those will be the ones that will have handled the best when he's went up the line there. So he'll let them off first and see what they're like. Quite often, though, you'll see Andy, they'll let the sheep off, and the 4 that he hasn't put forward, he could quite easily let them off and end up pulling them into the shortlead as well as they'll show themselves. Some sheep show themselves far better when they're off than they do when they're actually been held.
Oh, that's absolutely true. I think to see sheep, naturally you do have to see them on the move.
Yeah, I've quite often seen myself not getting let go in a big, strong class first off, then you get let off and you end up winning the class. So it can just happen just like that.
And there are different ways of judging. I think the blackies is a slightly different way, where they'd loose them go one at a time and just keep turning another one out and another one out till they're all on the run, and that's always an exciting spectacle.
Yes, it's always great to see them going off, and I think they'll have to make sure they've got the high sides onto these rings for tomorrow for letting them go, because they can be very lively. It's you usually get a good laugh watching them with the stewards trying to keep them to grips, but we'll see them. I think that's a ring that we'll be seeing tomorrow.
And of course, generally we would have a big crowd around the ring of blackies, 4 or 5 deep, and that would stop the sheep going for the railings. So we'll just have to try and spread ourselves fairly thinly around that edge to defend it, Andrew.
I would say so, Andy. I would say so. It's quite good. We'll have Scott and Derek, I believe, are doing that ring, so we won't be getting any teeth knocked out. But I think those two will have to make sure and get their mouth guards in for that job.
Well, it's a dirty job, but somebody has to go there, Andrew. And Scott and Derek they're the boys for the job. They're over on ring 5. I don't know how they're getting on, but they've got a big class of Texels down there. And if you're on the other, flipping between the channels, I'm sure he'll be telling you all about the good attributes of that breed too.
But down in this ring here now, we'll see John. He's taking a bit of time here, going through the first shortlead he's let go. He's taking a bit of time to look over them and pick something out here. It's a very, I would say, 5 very similar sheep when you see them off there, Andy. They're all running through, and they all got their heads in their air, and they're very shapy, feminine looking yow lambs.
They are. The more we see them, the better they're looking. I think, Andrew, it's a tremendous class of ewe lambs there. And some growth about them. But some of the Charolais breed did get extremely big, and I think maybe they've just brought them back down the way a little bit the last year or two, which is why we're seeing this larger jigget on these sheep. But certainly there's some lovely feminine ewe lambs out there. I wouldn't mind taking that pound of lambs home, Andrew, I'm sure.
Yep, no, definitely. It's it'd be great for any flock to have. These girls here, they're looking tremendous. Great for the breeders to bring out such tremendous stock as this for us to see for the showcase. And there John has just let off another one in to see how she fettles up in amongst them all, just to give him something else to look at. But he's certainly having a good look over these anyway. It's going to take a lot to pick through these.
Well, as you said, we'll hear his thoughts shortly, maybe before we get to the championship. I'm not sure if we can bring him across here, but it would be lovely to hear what he's thinking right now, because he's certainly a man that's done a great job of this judging so far, and been very thorough and picked out some super sheep so far.
I think I know what he's thinking just now is, how am I going to pick anything out of this class at the moment?
He's probably thinking it's time to go for a cup. He's
looking for the urn and the coffee machine, I think, but so are we at the moment.
Ben Nathan, these two first.
It looks like the stockmen are closing in, getting keen there, waiting for that nod, ready to dive in and grab the beast. I think we're getting towards the decision now there. John's getting in amongst them.
Yep, no, he's taking his time in this class. It is, as we're saying, it's a very strong class. And seeing them off, it's getting even... it's as hard seeing them off as it was seeing them held there. They're doing well, and they're keeping... I don't think there's a single one of them with their head down to the ground. They're all looking up in the air and showing themselves extremely well. So John's just have another look over what's left here, just to make sure he hasn't missed anything out. I tell you, when you see them all running in there, Andy, they're all very similar. Very hard to pick through them.
They certainly are a tremendous level bunch. And as I said before, I'd get the engine running there with. I don't think I could afford to take that Venna Lambs home, but they'd make a fantastic flock for somebody to start breeding Charolais with.
You want them all placed? You want them all placed?
So it looks like Hannah Sloan coming forward first there.
Well, hold it.
Maybe not necessarily in first place, but we'll see how she lines up. But I think she's a tremendous beast there when you saw her standing before. She
certainly was, and a similar type of beast to the one she had in the last class as well, with that flashy head on it.
Yes.
But, not wanting to play ball at the moment, to be fair.
Yep. Getting fed up there, but Hannah, as we were saying before, Hannah's a great handler of the sheep. She knows what she's doing with the Charolais. She knows what she's doing with any breed of sheep. She's a great stocks person, so another one for the future there. But it's great to see a lot of these younger handlers and younger breeders as well, Andy, coming forward here.
It certainly is, and not just the younger breeders, but we're seeing some younger judges coming through in the cattle sections. If you guys are tuning into streams 1 and 2, you'll see a lot of youngsters coming in there and getting given a chance at judging, which is a fantastic thing to see, and a great thing for the pedigree and the agricultural community in general, to encourage those youngsters like they are doing.
Yeah, certainly, it's great. You see it every year, the stocksmen and women of the year winning these young farmers competitions, and they're more than able, these younger stocks people, to pick out a winner and a champion that would that any aged or slightly older stocks person would be more than happy to have themselves. So it's great to see the society giving these younger farmers a chance and letting them come forward, because it's great every year. Than saying commentating on the sheep, I've seen some young people coming forward, and it's great to see them getting a chance now.
Yes, absolutely.
So at the minute it's 1-2 for Hannah with the ewe lambs. You can see them standing there, but like we were saying before, there's the bred peas in a pod here. You can see the two Ingram sheep and then the two Righead sheep there. They're very similarly bred. They look very similarly bred anyway. They're tremendous.
As we can see, they're catching up the last of them now, and very sensibly putting them in the pen rather than trying to rugby tackle them. We would have sent our steward here out to rugby tackle to help them out, but he's starting to feel his age a little bit now when it comes to rugby tackling sheep. He is, as he comes to see us, he's giving me a glare. I better shut up.
Giving you a good look anyway. He's certainly more of a flanker than a winger anyway, that's for sure.
We didn't mention prop forward anyway there. So now we see John has pulled his animals into the order that he liked them to start with, and he's going back down the line and checking again. And of course he's going down the front end of these lovely ewe lambs first, but he'll go down the back end as well, I assume. There we go. He's going to turn them round so we can all get to see the carcass and the conformation and of these great sheep. And as you can see, the The sheep standing in first place there just has a tremendous jigget on her, and as well as that lovely femininity. In fact, the first two sheep we could say, in fact, all the sheep we could say the same. Let's not be judges ourselves.
Face them away from me now.
I think John's going back in for one more handle there, Andrew. He just needs to make sure that that he's happy that the carcasses are right, and we see him feeling in the loin there with the close up on the photograph and feeling the camera and feeling the jigget, and some tremendous carcasses in there.
Yeah, I mean, you watch his hand there. There's very little wool left in these sheep, so what you're seeing is what you get. I mean, you can see him handling the jigget there in that second placed one at the moment, and his hands aren't moving at all. As soon as he grabs that, they're not moving up or down. What you see is what you get with these two, and I tell you, they are peas in a pod. They're a credit to whatever stock tup that Hannah's been using, because I think she was first prize in the tup lamb class as well. So I don't know if they're sired by the same ram, but if they are, he's doing a tremendous job for her.
He certainly is, and leaving a bit of style with it as well.
No, you're fine.
There we go, that's him going down for his last look, I think. Down the back end, handled him, and now we're going down the front end, and we're probably expecting a nod here, I would think, to the stewards.
Put these two in there.
Oh, here we go, something's happening in the middle of the ring here. We've got a bit of a move up going on now. We've got Jim Neal sneaking up another position there with a cracking ewe lamb, pulling himself up into fourth place by the looks of it. A little bit of a surprise there for us right at the end.
Swap these two.
And we've got a little bit of more juggling going on as well. That's keeping everybody on their toes, me included there. There's no time to be looking the wrong way, because
Tried it there, Hannah.
John is making his last final decisions. Is he going to move another one? Are we going to see him move the first and second round? He's certainly quite torn between these two sheep in this first position. He's certainly checking again. Here we go. Interesting to know what your comments are at home and on this first three sheep. There we go. That looks like that's an odd comment. I'm not sure it is. Yes, I think that's agreed there. I think that's if you're watching your TV at home there, give a big round of applause for this class, because it's been absolutely tremendous, and
hey, Mr. Stewart.
Superb to see Hannah Sloan there with the two ewe lambs in first and second position. Two excellent ewe lambs. That'll certainly, that one in first position there, Andrew, will the lamb in first position will make an excellent ewe, an excellent gimmer, won't she? What a great sheep.
Certainly, the one in second place as well, and it's almost its twin, that girl. The two of them will certainly be great stock for the future for Hannah, I would say. I don't think she'll be letting those girls go, and if she is, they'll be extreme bucks, I would say, to get to tempt her otherwise, because that's certainly a girl for the future anyway.
Indeed she is, and no, it's tremendous to see.
Hannah's also, they've also got Zwartbles as well, and I don't know if you'd known that, but she would usually be showing some Zwartbles as well, but I think she'll be, the way things are working in, she's just got the Charlies here, I believe. But she got on quite well last year, if I remember correctly, with the Zwartbles. So it's good to see her get some tickets in here with the Charlies as well. And that's both the junior male and junior females that she's had here have been winning first prize. So it's she's doing well. She's keeping the Ingrams on their toes anyway.
Indeed. Indeed, and I do have the results from the Zwartle ring, but we'll come to those in a second once we've stayed and looked at these young ewe lambs as long as we can, Andrew, because they just are a credit, they really are.
Yeah, definitely. And then there we see James Neal still in there for at the top end of the scale as well for some prize as well, which is good to see, and he's been so long away from the show.
Yeah, no stranger to the show ring there. You don't go to sleep when you're in that job, and that's how Jim suddenly sneaked up from 5th to 4th when he just caught the judge's eye one more time.
Yeah, definitely there. He managed to split off the Ingrams, the Ingram pair there in the middle, so he's got himself wedged in there. He's got a tremendous girl in between them, and when you see her beside the third prize girl, there's not much between them either, really, when you see them there, Andy.
No, you're right. Definitely a man that knows what he's doing, as do the Ingrams for that matter, who've been breeding sheep Charolais since I think 1981. So again, going back to the very early days, I think Willie would still have been a teenager when he first bought his first couple of Charolais from Jonathan Barber, I think, that got him started back in those days, and he's been at the top of the Charolais breed for all of those years. So the old timers back battling it again, and the young ones in there amongst it. It's tremendous to see this family rivalry going on here.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see them coming forward and getting on with it now. It's great to see the way things are going now with them all. They're getting on tremendously well. These young stock people are keeping up with the demands of the commercial breeders. I mean, these sheep change, all breeds, they change year in, year out, and you'll know yourself, it's a fair task that the pedigree breeders have got to try and produce rams that the commercial breeder are looking for, and year in, year out, these sheep are changing constantly.
Yes, and nice to say that this year has been a little bit more buoyant in the sheep trade as it has been for the last 2 or 3 years, and we've seen a change in the industry as well, with a lot more animals being sold online and being a lot harder to hold the sales, and that's when you need to have that depth of quality. If you've got enough depth of quality for people to have faith in you and buy sheep just from a photograph or from a video, this is what these people, that's what the shows are about as well, is about getting a reputation within your own breed that people will trust that whatever they buy from you is going to breed.
Yeah, definitely, and they're adapting very well to the new marketing schemes that we have now. I mean, the social media seems to be a great platform these days for for selling these, and more and more sheep are being sold this way, and it's great to see, because it's another avenue for these breeders to work with. But there we see now we'll be getting ready to go into I think we'll be going by the list that we have in front of us. I think we'll be having the female championship coming on first.
I think we were trying to talk to the prize winners of each class, so we may be getting a word with Hannah or Andrew. I'll let you go and have a chat to her if that's the case. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Looks like
I think they're getting ready for the female.
Are we going straight in for the
female?
female?
I think we're in the female championship, and as I say, going by the list we have here, I think that's what will be happening.
And meanwhile, I promised I would keep you up to date with what's going on in the Zwartple ring, and the ewe lamb class there was a tremendous big class as well, with I think 11 forward there, and we got Nicola Henderson winning her first prize in that ring with number 413. Second was 406 from Ali Baird. Third 412 from Neil Miller. Fourth 407 from Brian Gibson. Fifth 415 from Brighead, which is Hannah, who's in this ring, you can see on our cameras now, and sixth went to Brian Gibson as well. So that's the results of the last class of the Zwartles, and I think now they'll be getting lined up for their championship, and we'll get you those results as soon as we can get them.
Yep, and following on from the Charlies, after we have a bit of a break, we'll have the Blue Texels coming into this ring later on, and I believe they're scheduled for a 12:30 start, but we'll see how we all come together here with the show with the Charlies. It seems to be running fairly well on time at the moment, but we'll see how we go.
Yes, and the Blue Texels I think are quite an exciting, because they're quite a new breed. There'll be a lot of people looking to see those, and they've got a big entry. So we're quite looking forward to casting our eye over. There's a slightly different sheep to the type of sheep to the ones we're seeing here, but let's not take our eyes off this excellent class of Charolais. As we see now, the prize winners coming in, the first prize winners coming in to compete for what will be, we think, the female championship.
Yep, they're coming forward now, and it's a bit of a handling here to get them forward, because I think it was an Ingram 1-2 for both of the other female classes. So we've got four Ingrams to get ready and sorted out. So hopefully they'll get themselves ready and tidied up and come forward now. So
they'll not be panicking, those boys. They'll not be panicking. They'll take the time and make sure they get it right. There's nobody in a rush here. So here we go, Andrew. We're seeing the senior ewe, the older ewe, coming in here, and the Gimmer, both from the Ingram family, to be competing against the ewe lamb. And there's some serious powerhouses coming out here in amongst these two, Andrew.
Yep, and you'll see a fair difference in the scale here as they come down through. But I would say John will have a slight idea as to which of the girls going forward here is going to be his pick, but he'll still take his time and have a look through, and you'll see, just for those of you that are wondering what's going on here with the extra sheep, these are the second prize winners from the classes, and they'll be kept there as once John picks his champion from the first prize, the second prize from that class will come forward to be in the running for reserve female champion as well.
Yeah, of course, she's eligible to compete from that because she's only been beaten by the champion. So in many cases we do see that. We'll see a second prize winner getting the reserve ticket. So this is up to John now. This is the moment he's been waiting for, and I'm sure he's been looking forward to since he was appointed as the judge earlier this year. And as Andrew said, he's probably got an idea of where he's going to go here before they even come in the ring. But we'll wait and see. We'll let you guys watch it, and we'll keep quiet.
So it's been a little while there since John's seen the Ow and even the Gimmer with the big classes that he's had. So he'll go and reacquaint himself with his prize winners from those classes. I'll have a quick, he's just having a handle over of the older Ow now. He'll see what he's remind himself and reacquaint himself with her, and same again with the Gimmer. So I don't know if those of you who are watching at the moment, I hope you have all got your sweepstakes put together on who's going to be winning the female championship. Myself and Andy are still trying to decide what we think here, what way to go, but three very strong and I would say three very worthy winners if whichever one it is that does win it.
Certainly indeed. I don't think I'd be betting a pint on this one, Andrew. I think we'll just let it go and agree. This, of course, is the female champion, not the champion of the section, because there'll be the male champion to follow after this, and before we end up with an overall champion. And I think there's a overall pairs as well.
There'll be they'll from the you'll see now from this the championship, the overall championship. Your female champion here and your male champion will obviously go against each other to win the overall, but later on today we'll see that the two of them will combine together to go into the overall interbreed pairs championship, which is a great spectacle to see. That's slightly later on today, obviously, once everything else has been judged.
And certainly I run a podcast, and we did a profile on the Charolais breed a while ago, and it seems, I think the Charolais breed sheep wise have probably won more interbreeds than many others over, maybe than any others over the last 3 or 4 decades. They do come out as such a powerful sheep when they get in amongst the other breeds.
Yeah, they're a very hard breed to go against in an interbreed championship when you see them, because of their strength and of their alertness as well. I mean, when you see those 3 girls going there, they're very bright and extremely showy, and it's certainly a great thing to see. But as you see these 3 girls going, I mean, it's very hard to split between them. So sometimes it's just trying to decide here whether John's going to tap his champion forward from this, or he's going to wait.
Look at that, that's a great shot. Let's see the 3 of those. They're just naturally showing themselves.
Yep. I mean, look at that ewe lamb. She's got her head in there, and she's
look at me.
She's either that or she's looking for a hole. A great sheep trait.
You're only wanting to top the one and then let you'll only want to top the one and then let the second prize in the race.
Aye, what I didn't realise was that there's no reserve female champion, but we've got a second prize ticket there just to give them right a red second prize, right?
I'm not sure whether we'll see John tap one out from this position. I think what he might do is catch them back up once he's seen the sheep running against each other, and then we might see that prize being tapped out when they're caught back up and standing still. But it's certainly exciting to see, and it's a shame we don't have the crowds of people here because of the COVID restrictions, and a great credit to the show that we're getting to see this, all of us. But what a great spectacle this is to be able to watch this on the TV and to see these sheep being judged in this way.
Yes, and to the breeders and stocksmen that have brought them forward today, they're a great credit to them. They've done a great job here in bringing them out, and under these circumstances it's been a difficult time to decide what to do with the sheep and showing this year, and it's great that the showcase has been brought forward for them to have that way of showing and giving the shop window, if you will, for these sheep for the rest of the year. But you'll see now there's Hannah coming forward with her ewe lamb. The rest of the other 2 will come forward now, and they'll be lined up, and John will have another final look over them, and he will select his female champion for the Charolais section for this year's showcase.
And whichever way she goes, Andrew, I think we've got a worthy champion here, haven't we?
Oh, certainly. I mean, you see them pulling that ewe forward. I mean, you can see the sheer strength and power of that girl coming forward, and then the gimmer coming up into the middle. I mean, you can see she has that coming through her, but she also has great show qualities as well. It's going to be hard to pick through them.
Indeed.
And certainly don't forget about that ewe lamb at the end there, held by Hannah. She's got, I would say she's got great balance through her. She's sort of the middle ground to the gimmer and the ewe here. She's got great shape and length and power, but she also has that great feminine quality as well. So
certainly is Swedish, she is. Yeah. Not sure if she was meant to let that one go.
I think she's just taking a little run there.
She's Does not want to get. This is where we need our rugby tackling steward. Where is he now?
Yeah,
he's probably gone to the pub already.
He's hiding in a corner. I think he sees what's happening here. He's,
oh, here he comes.
All of a sudden he's on the phone. No, there he goes.
He's coming in now. There, we need the big man to come and sort this out. Well, sometimes when a sheep gets away like that, she's getting to show herself so much, she might be doing herself a little bit of credit here.
Exactly.
I'm not saying she let her go on purpose, but sometimes the sheep gets a little bit of extra attraction when she's getting out in the way like that.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
So the tension builds. Let's. I think this might be the final walk down here that John's looking at. He's waving his stick anyway.
Just want to see them getting their show quality forward, trying to show themselves, see how we
get the lugs forward, and
yep.
There we go. We've gone with the U, and what a great choice! What a great beast she is. Congratulations to the Ingram family for that achievement. That is some U. We'll hear a bit of a history about her later on when we get to talk to the Ingrams, but. She looks to me like she's probably won a prize or two before she's got here. Andrew,
certainly, I would say she could be a ewe that's been round the circuit as a ewe lamb in Gimmer. I would say that's she's a great sheep there, and you'll see the second prize ewe's just been brought forward, and John will have a quick handle and look over her. He might sometimes they'll let them go as well just to see them moving, but I think he'll have a good idea of what he's wanting.
So we see them giving the veteran, if we can call it that, Jim Neal, giving them a hand to show the second prize ewe, bringing her in forward to compete against the Gemmer and the ewe lamb. And John will probably go through and handle these again, but he's still got his work cut out here, Andrew, to split those two ewes. He did earlier on, and he still has his work cut out.
Yes, I mean, he's still got a big choice here for reserve champion, because I mean the ewe that's coming forward here, the second prize ewe, she's another tremendous beast as well. It's it'll be interesting to see what he does here for his reserve, because there's it can only go one of three ways, but it could still go one of three ways.
And he's gone with the Gemmer. So there we see the Ingram double, two excellent sheep, but the champion it will be the senior ewe, and just give me her number 100 just for our viewers, and the reserve female. This is a champion female. The reserve female then goes to the Gemmer.
So if you have your catalogues in front of you, she was ewe number 212. And the Gemmer was number 215. Both actually from Gregor and Bruce from their flock.
Hey? Well, that's not so bad.
What a tremendous achievement to get that 1-2 in the females, and of course they've still got a shot at the overall champion, but that's not over yet. There's still some boys who come out to do this stuff yet.
Yep, there certainly is, but I believe they've got a couple, 2 or 3 to come out in there as well. With I think Gregor and Bruce won the A's Ram class, if I'm looking correctly into my... Yeah, Gregor and Bruce won the A's Ram, or the Shearling Ram, and the Ram Lamb also from Hannah Sloan as well. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see how we go.
And I don't think Hannah will be too disappointed in that result. If she was judging, she probably may have gone the same way. It's a lovely ewe lamb she's got, but to put a ewe lamb over the power of those two beasts is it's not an easy thing to do, and that ewe lamb's got another day, that's for sure, Andrew.
Oh, definitely. When you see her going round the ring, she's going to be a great beast for the future. But looking at as you say, the ewe and the Gemmer, it was just that power and strength to go past that would be hard for any judge to do so. And also looking forward, some of the judges, they always pick their favourite, but looking at the pairs as well, to have that power there in the interbreed and the pairs would give them a great chance.
That's true. You've always got one eye on the interbreeds when you go with these beasts, to put an animal up that you know is maybe going to handle itself against some of the other breeds, and it's always an honour to a judge who's judged the breed classes to see their animal go through to win the interbreed.
Welcome back from the west coast of Scotland for another M&S Food Fresh Market update. I'm with Sarah, who's been an M&S Select Salmon farmer for 5 years.
Are there many female salmon farmers?
The industry as a whole, they're really promoting women in aquaculture. I've got such an incredible network of people around me. It's about nurturing people, which eventually unlocks the whole potential of the salmon.
They've got so much space. It's jaw-dropping.
So there's actually 98% water to 2% salmon, so it's really special.
I've heard some of the M&S salmon is smoked locally.
It literally is just down the road. They have a really natural method of smoking, which brings out that really great smoky flavour. This has been my passion for such a long time, and to be able to say that you're farming salmon to the highest possible standard that goes to max respect to customers is brilliant.
I'll be back with another M&S Food Fresh Market update and some delicious salmon recipes from Chris.
Once signed up, you'll gain access to our online community.
We know that building a business can sometimes be a lonely place, so having a community of like-minded people around you is critical.
Is your farm under pressure to reduce its carbon hoofprint and stay profitable? There's a good reason why. Agriculture is responsible for almost 1/10 of human greenhouse gas emissions, and almost half of that comes from cattle alone. It's a global problem that requires local solutions. Rumitech is a feed additive that is shown to significantly reduce emissions and improve feed efficiency in dairy and beef cattle without affecting productivity. By reducing the amount of methane produced, Rumitech makes fermentation in the cow's rumen more efficient, making more energy available to the cow to make it more productive. Assured by the Carbon Trust, when fed correctly within a predominantly forage-based diet, Rumitech has been shown to reduce dairy and beef enteric methane emissions by around 6% per animal per day, and dairy enteric methane emissions by around 18% per litre of milk. These efficiencies could reduce the cost of running a herd of dairy cows by £24,000 per year. At just 4p per cow per day for dairy, or 2p per cow per day for beef cattle, Rumitech is simple to introduce with minimal costs. And there are also many secondary benefits to feeding Rumitech, such as improved grading and killing out percentages, improved fertility, reduction in feed intake, and reduction in cases of ketosis. Rumitech reduces emissions and increases productivity.
So we're here now beside the Charlie judging ring. It's about to go into the male championship, and we've got one of our sponsors here, which the showcase is ever grateful for, Davidson and Robertson, and we have their representative Martin Hall here to speak with us. Martin, what do you feel? What are your thoughts on the showcase so far?
I think it's been great. I've been watching the classes being judged this morning. Some tremendous classes, and it's great that the event's actually happening. We're delighted to be sponsoring today.
Yes, there's a lot of sheep and people forward. The Charlie judging's been going on very well, and a lot of the judging's going on well. We're very grateful for all your sponsorship and everything that you do. Just a word on the whole showcase itself. How do you feel you're getting for coverage and things like that? Are you?
Yeah, no, we'll see, but yeah, no, so far so good, Andrew. Yeah, really pleased. Yeah. You know, we normally sponsor the Young Farmers Tug of War, but this year obviously we can't do that. So it's great to be supporting the show in this way.
Yeah, and with COVID restrictions and everything, business for yourselves is going well, and you're getting on quite.
Yeah, no, we're good. The property sector is quite busy with just now, and there's lots happening in the rural sector generally, so we're generally pretty happy. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you very much, Martin. I think we'll get back into the male championship judging here, and we'll be, as I say, the showcase is ever grateful for your sponsorship and everything you've done for us.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. And here we are back with the judging of the male championships, and our judge is going through with, as we said, there's 2 sheep to be judged here because there was no aged ram, and he's now going to let these go so we can have a look at them. So 2 slightly different sheep we've got here, Andrew, haven't we? We've got the power of the shearling, and then a very smart ram lamb. Well, that ram lamb, to be fair, has got a bit of scope about him for a youngster.
Yep, I would say that's going to be a very strong ram for the future. That boy has got great length and stretch and look about him there. 2 very different sheep, really, when you see the 2 of them together standing in the ring. There's the power and the stretch of the shearling against the spark and the look of the ram lamb.
Just catch them up.
But as you say, Andy, the ram lamb's got a lot for the future. You can see the power and stretch in that boy already. Definitely one for the future for Hannah. I would say the sire of this lamb's certainly doing a good job for her.
Well, we won't rule him out. We saw in the Zortel class that the ram lamb went and won the male championship there, and I think the 2 ram lambs were male and reserve male, so we'll never rule out a ram lamb winning.
They're not going to struggle to get these 2 rams into this pen either, with the female champion and reserve champion standing in there, so they'll maybe have a bigger job getting them out, I would think.
And the judge takes an opportunity to look at the 2 second prize winners whilst he's waiting for these to be caught up and brought back out. And I would say it's probably a fair chance he's got his mind made up here, Andrew.
Yeah, I would say so. It's been quite a while, nearly over 2 hours since he's seen the shearling and the ram lambs. So he'll just have take a little bit of time to reacquaint himself with both the first and second prize winners, just to remind himself of where he was and what he was thinking of these in the classes at the time.
Well, I know we've said it already, but I have to say the overall standard of the sheep we've seen in front of us has been absolutely outstanding, and credit to the breeders. But right the way across the board, Andrew, they've been a superb selection and an example of the Charolais breed.
Yeah, certainly. I think when we speak to John at the end, he'll say it might have been a select group that he's had to look over, but they have not been easy. And there we go. He's selected the shearling ram from the Ingrams as the male champion.
And so he has. And probably no surprise there, Andrew. To be fair, that he's a great sheep, and as you mentioned earlier, he'll match well with the older ewe, and for the pairs there. And then we've got to see now which one he's going to go with overall champion. But before we go there, we're looking for the male champion, and this is now the reserve champion. And I think both these animals are from Hannah Sloan, so she's going to be in amongst the tickets and this one. And there she goes. It looks like that's the ewe lamb going up there for a reserve male. And again, a great credit to her. She's had some good sheep today, and it's great to see her in the championship lineup. But a huge credit to the Ingram boys for being in the champion on both male and female. And now we'll have a few minutes, and then we'll see we'll be looking for the overall champion.
What are you saying this time? Did they do the right thing or not? What were you going to say there?
The sponsor's going to come in as well, so once you pick your
right,
champion,
right.
if you could maybe kind of stand at once, and I'll give the rosette to the person, and then the sponsor will stand beside you. And that would be just for them to
right.
So if you just stand to the opposite side, and I'll get him to stand. This is
I've met Martin already. Aye.
So what's going to say is, when Martin picks his champion,
Martin, are you picking the champion? On you go. Feel free. I've done the hard bit. This is the easy bit now.
once you pick your champion, we'll get you to come in, and the judge will stand at one side, and if you can stand at the other, so that there's a wee bit of space. So I put the sheep there, one there, and and I'll present the rosette, if that's okay. And also the same with the reserve. I've got a sash there, and there's also a card as well that's to go with the champion. If they don't get the Highland Show trophy, they're getting a showcase trophy.
Aye.
So I'll go and sort these out.
So, you want me... Have to judge? To judge your champion and reserve before the sponsors to come in.
So here we're getting to see to the nitty-gritty, to the business end of the judging, and we're getting to see the male champion and the female champion against each other. And I wonder if the judge has already made up his mind on this one, Andrew. What do you think?
I think he'll have a very good idea of what he's wanting to do here. I think looking at it, there's two very strong sheep in front of him, both with similar qualities. He's definitely went for the similar, for the strength and power and width of these sheep. You can see that.
It's hard to look by them, isn't it? To be fair, with that amount of scope there. And obviously we've got the older ewe, and then the ram's only a yearling, but that ewe looks
You
like.
want to let them go?
I think the judge is maybe going to have a few words with us, which would be nice to speak to John and get his thoughts in there. We might even speak to him maybe before he makes his decision. No, there we go. That's the decision, and congratulations to the Ingram family. And what a tremendous example of a Shirley that beast is, that ewe there.
Yes, he's
Andrew.
exhibiting great power. I mean, for the Charlie breed's primarily a terminal sire, so you're needing great strength and power, and you're needing the depth and of loin and width of shoulder and power through them all. So it's great to see. It's great to see a sheep of that quality in any breed, and it's good to see that she's been put forward for the champion.
And of course we're waiting for him to pick his reserve champion now, reserve overall champion, which will be between the Gemma and of course the Shearling Ram, both yearlings. And the Gemma that doesn't want to be there by the looks of her, but she's every right to be there, because they're hard to split again, Andrew, aren't they?
They are. I mean, the Ingrams have every year. I've seen it for the last 3 or 4 years of the commentary that I've been doing for the Royal Highland Show. They always bring out great, strong, powerful Charlies, and this year is no different. And as we were saying before, they're like peas in a pod. They're all showing very similar traits. So you'll have another quick handling. You'll feel the strength and the jig it and try and measure it up against one another there to see. Let's see where he goes here now.
Well, the Shearling Ram has some outlook to him though too, doesn't he? He's looking like he wants to win. Will he go for an all-female 1-2?
He wouldn't be wrong, whatever way he goes here, Andy. I would say there's. I'm just going to have another quick handle there and see. Just handling the tails there to see the fat, and there we go. There we go. Reserve goes to the male champion again from the Ingrams.
And that's an excellent result, I think. Excellent result for the Ingrams, obviously, but an excellent result for the sheep that we've seen. And I think we still have a little bit more judging to do, but it'd be nice to get to speak to the judge. We'll try and bring him across and see if he can talk to you and tell us his thoughts on what's going on. But in the meantime, let's celebrate this great win for this superb ewe. And there she goes with her championship rosette being awarded by Alice and our sponsor.
Yeah, and just a quick reminder of our sponsors with Davidson and Robertson. That's Martin Hall there with helping with the presentation. Showcase is grateful for all these sponsors this year.
So there we go, and we're getting a sash as well, and I believe that we're getting John to come across to the commentary stand now there and talk to my colleague Andrew, and it'd be nice to hear his thoughts there. And another big shout out again to the stewards that have done an excellent job here in this ring, and to the camera crew that have brought this whole event to you. And you probably can't see, but in the far end of the ring there's some of them already getting their photographs taken, and that's an important integral part of showing, is to get the animals photographed when they're in their best clothes, because that's something that gets used for marketing as well as just for remembering and marking the occasion. And once we've spoken to our judge, hopefully we'll speak to the Ingram family, and let's find out a little bit more about the breeding of this superb Charolais champion ewe.
Here, and if you just look straight, it's
okay. Don't wink at me.
Oh, can I? Oh, good, good.
So we're just hearing that this lovely ewe is by a ram called Lonehead Talisman, and out of a Borton ewe, we're hoping to get a word with Bruce in a second, Bruce O'Gregor in a second, to fill some information in that. And likewise, we've now got our judge lined up to have a chat with you and tell us his thoughts on this great event. During these photographic sessions, it's always imperative to get the animal's ears forward, and the bit you can't see on the camera, I've got 5 or 6 people in front of me waving paper bags and various things to try and make this ewe brighten up, but she's just at the moment probably not enjoying this wind that's blowing in her face. Here we go, you can see all the cameramen and everybody else trying to get, what a great picture that is, trying to get that ears forward, and that picture of course will be in all the newspapers across the agricultural papers across the country over the next weekend, and the results, of course, will all be out in the agricultural press, and Scottish Farmer, who cover and publicise this event very well, will be at the forefront of that, I'm sure. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to hand you over to my colleague Andrew Goldie, who's going to be chatting away to John regarding the judges and his thoughts of how that went. Here we go.
Hey John, first of all, thank you very much on behalf of the Showcase for coming along to judge today. It wasn't an easy job in the Charlie section. What's your thoughts on the overall the whole section to start with?
I thought the quality was really good today. In a year like this, when it was unsure whether the show was going to go ahead, I thought the sheep were brought out in tremendous fettle, and a real credit to the breeders who brought them out and to the breed itself.
Yep. Looking through, your champion looks a tremendous beast. What's your thoughts on the final lineup of your championship and what you're picking?
The ewe that was champion, she's everything that I would look for in a Charlie. She's got length, she's got breadth, great top on her, real good hard fleshing without being over fat, and above all that, she carries herself well, and she's got a bit of flash in the show ring. And when she came into the ring this morning, I knew it would need to be a good animal that would beat her.
Yep, and your reserve champion, the Shearling Ram, it looked like you took a wee bit of time to think between the...
There wasn't much again between the Shearling Ram and First Prize Gimmer in terms of going for the reserve. Shearling Ram's just a tremendous good carcass. The Gimmer's a really sweet Gimmer, tremendous nice head on her. But I thought on the day, just for carcass quality, the top maybe just shone through a wee bit.
Yep, great. Well, thank you very much again, John. It's been great to have you here. You've done a tremendous job throughout it all. It all seems to have went quite well. You're quite pleased with the whole showcase overall.
I think it's good, and it's credit to the Royal Highland Society that they put this ahead, and you never know, maybe in years to come we can stream it on the internet as well. But
yeah,
I enjoyed my day.
Great. Well, thank you very much, John, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Cheers.
We're going to get Bruce as well.
Yeah, how long do we want?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
You stay there, mate. You stand in front of that microphone for me, and I can see the video.
Yeah. Lovely ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we have with us now the winners of the Charade Championship. We've got the Ingram family here, Gregor. We've got Gregor's girlfriend Yasmin. We've got Carol and Amy, and of course, first of all, we got the sheep. Does the sheep have a name?
No, not yet. No.
Not yet. Maybe she should do.
We'll have to do it when we get home, I think.
Well, congratulations to all of you. Anyway, can you tell us a little bit more about this beautiful beast?
Yeah, well, this is a lone head yow, so that's in my brother Bruce and my flock. And her mother was I purchased from the Wedderburn dispersal down at Worcester a couple of years ago.
Uh-huh.
And the sire is a homebred ram called Talisman.
Right.
So he was a great sheep.
Uh-huh. And is this be her first outing, Gregor?
Yeah, it is. I suppose with COVID last year, we didn't have a chance to show at all. So
Sure.
they kind of they got a bit of a holiday last year. So yeah, first outing. And yeah, we're chuffed a bit. Yeah.
And she's just a one-crop ewe, is that right?
That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And And of course you had the reserve champion as well with the Shearling that Bruce is over there, and you tell us a little bit about him too.
Yeah, so we're really chuffed. We got the male championship as well with the ram over there. So he's Foxhill Vava Voom.
Okay.
So he was actually the most expensive Charolais in the whole of the UK last year. He was bought for 16,000 guineas.
From Michael and Mel Alford, of course.
That's right, down in Devon. Yeah. So we're not always sure about showing a stock ram if they've been a bit of money, but we thought he was looking great, and we're happy to let people see him. So yeah, really happy.
And tell us a little bit more about Logie-Durnow and the operation up there. We did chat to you earlier on, but just sort of reiterate, you run a lot of sheep and a lot of pedigree sheep,
so basically our main thing is that we produce commercial rams. So that's for sheep farmers all over the UK to try and produce meat, lamb, for the general population as consumers. So sorry about that. Yeah, so that's kind of what we do for the most part. So they're grass-fed rams. And then I suppose at the elite end of the stock, we've got the pedigree animals. So we've got Charolais, we've also got Texels, Southwarks and Blueface Leicesters.
And you've been in the Charolais breed for a long time. I mentioned earlier on, I think Willie first bought his first Charolais. And Willie, by the way, I have to say, isn't here. He's at home looking out, holding the fort and doing all the work there. But I'm sure you phoned him already and told him how you've got on.
That was maybe him, I think.
That was probably him going. And yes, he started with Charolais, I think, back in 1981 with, if I remember right, some sheep that he'd seen in an advert in the paper and picked them up from there and been at the top of the breed for a long time now.
Aye, well, I think it must be going on 35 years that Dad's had Charolais, and then obviously when he met Mum, they've had together, and I know they've been a popular breed at Logie-Durnow for a long time. So I suppose this last couple of years we've had a lot of success and shown at all the big major shows. So it's kind of like a breed that we all kind of love at Logie-Durnow, and we put a lot of time and effort into. So yeah.
What number of pure Charolais ewes would you run there, Gregor?
Well, we actually have kind of a relatively small flock of just very, very elite animals. So we only really have about 30 ewes, considering we've got probably about 13,000 sheep in total. They're just very much the elite. So to be an older ewe in the flock, they're pretty special to us, yeah.
And the flock, you say that the Lone Head flock, but obviously the Logie-Durnow flock, is that 30 ewes across the two flocks?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so originally it was Logie-Durnow, and then my brother and I decided that we wanted to have maybe a slightly more, of a closer interest in the Charolais side of things. So we started the Lone Head flock, my brother and I. So this is actually a Lone Head one, but the two flocks are kind of managed and farmed together on the same unit. So. Yeah, but this happens to be a Lone Head one, so that's one up for Bruce and I against Mum and Dad.
Well done. And I gather you've had a Texel in the other ring there and a bit of success over there as well.
Yeah, we had a homebred ram over at the Texel section, so he was a first prize senior ram, and then he was the reserve overall male.
Well, congratulations. What a successful day to have the champion and reserve in the one breed and reserve in the other breed, and a superb beast she is, and I hope the listeners there have enjoyed watching the Charolais Championships. Well done to all of you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Hi folks, Jim Smith here. Just a reminder that from June the 14th, it's RSABI's Keep Talking Week. So we're encouraging everyone to pick up the phone or chat online with an old friend that you haven't spoken to for a while. It's always a lovely surprise to get an unexpected phone call and a bit of crack from an old friend. It can make some difference to someone's day. So remember, from June the 14th, keep talking.
You don't need to do big things to change the world. All you need is a bike. It doesn't matter if you're popping to the shops, going to school or work, or just enjoying the open road. Bikes make us better. And the more of us that get in the saddle, the better the world gets. Our health, our communities, our climate. All for the next generation. That's what we're celebrating. The power of the bike. Glasgow and venues across Scotland will host the first event of its kind, never seen nor cycled before. Elite and amateur riders from more than 120 countries will come together to compete across 13 disciplines. It's one mega event where Scotland will welcome the world with open arms, dreams will become a reality, and more than 150 world champions will be crowned. Around the globe, over 1 billion people will watch the action and fall head over heels in love with cycling. So don't just sit there, sit on a bike, and we'll show the world what we mean by the power of a bike. Join us on our journey to 2023.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, if you're just tuning in to us, welcome along to the Royal Highland Showcase, brought to you in partnership with the Scottish Government and the Royal Bank of Scotland. The Royal Bank of Scotland has been the proud title sponsor of the Royal Highland Show in 1981. We're on to the Blue Texels here now. You've got myself, Andrew Goldie, and co-commentator beside me is Mr. Andy Fraser.
Well, thanks for welcome back. We've got a slightly change of breed now from the ones you just saw. The Blue Texel is something slightly different, and sadly the wind is still blowing here, as you can probably hear. Okay, and we'd like to thank the sponsors of this class, which is Shearwell Data, who is sponsoring the Blue Texels here. So here we are in Class 1. We'd like to welcome our judge, Hamish Curry, into the ring there to judge in the Blue Texels. So this is first class, the class of aged rams, or rams over 1 shear. Just 3 entries forward in this class. Entries from Ewan Burgess, Ian Almond, and in fact I've got 4 catalogued, we've only got 3 forward, and from this distance I can't quite see the numbers on the sheet. I'll get back to you in a second. And there you see, as before, the judge is letting the sheep loose, so you can see the walking and the locomotion. apologies, of course, I referred to them as the Dutch Texels. Of course, they are the blue Texels, I beg your pardon. They are first recognised in Holland in the early 1970s, and blue lambs being born to white Texel parents, and then they've taken on an entity of their own. So they can come in. A variety of colours. The blue coat colour pattern can vary from pale silver to sort of quite a dark grey, but no part of the fleece is wholly black or white. Hence they are known as a blue. And with black head, and of course ears and legs, and symmetrical white markings. They're pretty sheep, quite new into the UK. Only been in quite recently, but gathered a lot of pace, and been a huge amount of interest, and I think we've got quite a big entry of blue Texels here today. And my apologies to you, blue Texel fans there. The sheep were judged very quickly and from the far end of the ring, and they've left before I gave you the result there. So we'll come back with the result of that class any second now. Okay, so the results from the last class were first number 119, second number 117, and third number 120. So 119 was from Kevin Wattret, and 117 Ewan Burgess, and 120 from Stewart and Moore Herity. And now we see the class of shearling. I should repeat that. The 119 was from Kevin Wattret, and the second was from Ewan Burgess, and number 123rd was from Stewart and Moore Herity. Now we see the class of shearling rams, quite a big class, a big number we have in here, with entries from Cora Farm, D&C Gray, Jennifer Duncan, Kevin Wattret and Stewart and Moore Herity, and our judge Hamish Curry is getting on with the job fairly quickly. So he's going about his work. You can see there's a slight variety in here. Some of the sheep are different colours, and some with a bit more wool on than others. So there's quite a varied class of sheep we're seeing here.
Yep, the Blue Texel section's a fairly new section to the Royal Highland. Yeah, I think I've been this is now the third year now. It's great to see it's becoming an extremely strong section. This is the first year. I think I'll stand corrected, Andy, but I think this is the first year that they've had the lamb classes. Usually the new breeds that come into the Highland get to just have the senior classes, so you have your old Jows and your Gimmers or your shearling tups. But now with them being in their third year, they get to have the lambs now. So and there's some great entries for the lamb classes now as well, which is great to see. I feel it's certainly going to be a section that grows from strength to strength here at the Highland. There seems to be more and more of them going around the UK.
Certainly seems to be a huge interest in the breed, and they've been in the UK in actual fact for 20 years. But the Texel Sheep Society, the Blue Texel Sheep Society, established in 2003, and we've seen the breed go from strength to strength. For demand for Blue Texel genetics is soaring at the moment nationwide, worldwide, I think. And within the last 12 months, the society membership has increased by 25%, and breed registrations up over 16%. So it's a breed that's going places, and a lot of interest. A lot of people are getting in on this new breed, and they have a lot to offer. Of course, they are a carcass breed originating, as we said, in Holland. They would be, as we said, a derivative of the Texel, and obviously a competitor to the Beltex breed, which of course is another Texel breed that originated in that time in Belgium.
Yep, another terminal sire brought forward. You'll hear the phrases, we might string the phrases terminal and maternal sires. Maternal sires being breeders of the more female sheep and female breeding sheep, and the Blue Texels would be thought of as more of a terminal breed, which is to breed the commercial lambs for the ring, the ones that you'll be sitting down to tuck into in your Sunday lunches. Primarily the terminal sire will be brought forward for that, and you'll find most terminal sires will have very quick fleshing abilities, and they'll be very long. You'll see here with the Blue Texels, if they get them turned round, if not, our stewards aren't really getting these turned round at the moment, but we'll try and get that done for you so you can see the business end of these Blue Texels, and you'll see that they have a very shapely big jigget and very wide strong power through the loin, where all the meat comes from. So you'll see that. And Hamish is just having a look through them there. He's wandered up the line to see them standing. He'll now handle the sheep. He'll feel for as we were saying, for the jigget and the loin and the back. And he'll make sure that they're not too fat, as the Blue Texel's quite a lean, muscly breed. He'll be looking to make sure that they aren't too fat, and he'll check the mouths to make sure that you obviously want them to be correct of their mouth for eating the grass that they turn into fat and meat. So he'll look up the line now. He'll handle all the sheep, and from there he'll select he'll let them go and he'll select his prize winners from there.
And of course, although these are blue Texels, and that's the combination of the black and the white there, a lot of the black gene isn't really a highly dominant gene, and I think sort of 80 or 90% of the blue Texel sire lambs actually to the commercial use are born white.
So just while Hamish goes through the entries in this class, I'd just like to, on behalf of the showcase, we're very grateful to all sponsors that we have, and indeed in the Blue Texel section we're very pleased to have the Shearwell Data. Shearwell Data Limited is a proud sponsor of the Blue Texel sheep classes here at the Highland Showcase. Shearwell Data Limited is an animal identification and software management business. It provides a complete system including visual and electronic tags, EID readers, software and handling systems to help farmers manage and fully utilise the data they gather from their livestock. Thank you very much to Shearwell for the sponsorship of the Blue Texel section.
And of course, Shearwell have been at the cutting edge of the electronic identification for a decade or more, or 2 or 3 decades possibly. And yes, we are very grateful for the work that they've done in the research, in the EID side of it, and as well as for the sponsorship here. So here we see the rams now on the move, and they're a little bit nearer our commentary box in this section, so we can see a bit more about them. You can see one that's maybe not been sheared quite as soon as recently as the other ones, carrying a lot more wool. So there's a slight more variation in the animals that we're seeing here. Certainly looks like we've got some quite active young chaps about here anyway. They're certainly looking ready for work, and some of them are even getting started a bit too soon. I think if the judge is picking an animal that's ready to go for work, there's one there definitely is the front of the pack. And although these sheep are judged for conformation, obviously with a breed like this, some of them will be judged on their markings and characteristics as well. So it's unlike the last breed where we were looking just for carcass. A lot of this will be about the colour of the animals too. The judge is catching the sheep up now. I don't think he made a decision, and during that run around, he just wanted to see them running around, and he'll come back and have another judge down the line before he pulls them back into position. evidently he has made some decisions there, and we see being the first one to be pulled in is David Gray, of course, more familiar to a lot of you, of course, amongst the Texel breed. What's his wife called? Remember, is that DNC? Is that who's the C? Is that? That's DNC. That way is right. Not his mum, no. His mum's Christine. Good buddy, ask Gordon. He's only there. Certainly this class is testing the judge a little bit more than the last one did, Andrew. It's a good class of stock here, but we do have a bit of variation, as I said.
Yeah, no, you can see the difference in them all there. They're all showing their own qualities here. Hamish will, as we saw with our previous judge, Hamish will have his own preferences as to what he likes, what he prefers a blue Texel to be. It may not be what some of you viewing will prefer, but he'll have his pick here, and it looks like he's selected David Gray's shearling ram as the first prize. He's going to let them. He's going to turn them round here now, so that we can have a good look as to see what Hamish can see from the business end, as we call it, for the blue Texels. They don't look so different when you see them from behind there, Andy. They're all quite uniform in shape and size.
They are actually. I think perhaps I was sort of seeing them from the head end, and there are some variations in colours. But yes, you're right. There's some good back-ended sheep amongst them. And when we say a muscle breed, of course, we're looking similar to the Beltex. The sort of second thigh muscle further down the leg is what is desirable in this type of Texel. And we've got a change of stewards in this section, the blue Texel section, and again a well-known Texel breeder as one of the stewards with Keith Campbell from Drumsine, and Keith runs with his brothers runs the Cowell flock of Texels. Very successful for many years, as we do have with David Gray from Ettrick. Well done, David. That's a great win, and I think they may be fairly new new flock to start at Ettrick, but certainly got them started at the right end.
He has, definitely. Yeah, no, he started off very well. He's got on very well through. I'm sure he had a few red tickets at the previous Highland Show, was not last year, the year before. He got on quite well again, and that would only be a year or so in the blue Texels. So he started off on a high. He's doing well, and he's obviously buying into it very well at the moment. He's doing a great job and bringing them out tremendously. He's breeding them very well, Andy. So I'll try and get the full results for you here now. It's quite difficult from a commentary box to see the numbers, so hopefully
it is. And these chaps I think the judges are getting on with it, and these chaps are in a hurry to get back to their pens too. So we'll bring you that. We'll bring you the full results down the line there once we can get to see the numbers on that. In fact, we'll have a word with Keith, and I'm sure he'll tell us. And I'm just reading through the traits that the Blue Texel advertises itself as, with excellent longevity, hardiness, maternal ability, fertility, lambing ease, rapid growth rates to maturity, conformation. They're a breed that have a lot of attributes going for them, and we can see why they're starting to find their place in amongst the commercial world.
When it's early, when it's cold outside, when you're out on the hills and the world is at your feet. Do you remember that time when you fought for us, in the fields and on the beaches, when you built cities on your back and farmed the land, and through it all, you asked for nothing? The British Horse Society, for every horse.
Super. What is super? Super is wild. Super is exciting. Super is local. Super is chefs, not robots. Super is flavour. Super is family. At Baxter's, we don't just make soup. We make super.
Scotland is serving up peaty, oaty, beefy, brothy, sweet, sour, fresh, fizzy, mashin', smashin' buffalo. A dod, a dollop, baps, buttery, smoky, stovies, a mickle, a muckle, spurtle, stirred, dry, cured, drafted, crafted, scran. Whew. Scotland brings so much to the table. To help support the local producers we're so proud to have, tuck in to onthetable.scot.
That'd be the sort of 1-year-olds rather than keeping them slightly longer and lambing them slightly early. You need something that's going to be slightly easier lambing, and the Blue Domain certainly are a far easier lambing option for men doing that, and they're a very good breed for keeping their shape as well. You don't lose much in the commercial end of them either doing that.
Our judge in the Blue Domain section is Mike Black, and from Fife. And he's getting on with the job over there in that ring. And meanwhile, we're coming back into the Blue Texel ring, and we have a class of ram lambs, and a decent class of ram lambs, that looks like, Andrew. To me, is that quite a lot of number? What we got there? 8, 9, 8, I think.
Yeah. No, it looks like it's a very strong class as well. It look a very uniform class actually, going by the front ends here at the moment. That might change when we see them turn around, but looking from a windy position, it seems to be a very close knit class for our judge Hamish Curry to look over. So judging over on the Border Leicester side, John Mauchlan from Roxburghshire. He's the man that's in charge of the Border Leicester section. And over in the Bell Texas we have Alistair McLean from Tyree. He's judging and putting his able eye over there, but if you want to see the Bell Tex section, you'll Scott Brown and Derek Redpath are having the commentary on that at the moment.
And I fear they've got a slightly less windy position than us. I think we look almost like we drew the short straw here, Andrew. I don't know what we've done wrong, but anyway, it's nice to see the Blue Texel breed. It's not a breed that I've been overly familiar with. I know you've commentated on them before, but there certainly looks like a cracking class of ram lambs out here just now.
Yeah, certainly it looks an incredibly strong class. I think Hamish is going to have to work hard to get a winner from this class, but I certainly feel that the winner from this class could go on and do very well, because it is a very good class. So obviously we don't know what the female section will bring out, but I'm sure the last show it was possibly a ewe or a gimmer that won the Blue Texels the last time we had them out. But no, this is a very strong class of Blue Texels.
Just seeing across the side of the ring there, the past chairman Jamie Warnock, who's rounding about their place, and they got another great stalwart in the Texel breed, and our chief steward David Alexander, who we've just asked if he could purchase a wee cup of coffee.
Certainly, Andy. It's getting a bit chilly in this wind. We're really struggling here, as we've got not only got the wind, but we've got shelter as well, which we're not needing shelter from anything other than the wind at the moment.
No, I didn't really expect to need my ski jacket in the middle of July, but then there we go. I'm pretty glad that I packed it.
Again, while you're watching it, hopefully Hamish will have a look over these. He'll take his time and make sure he gets a good feel of what he's got in front of him, a good handle on it, and he'll let them go and see them moving, see them walking, and make sure that they show themselves well when they're off and about. And once he does that, he'll bring them forward into a rough lineup of his first to last prize winners. And once he does that, hopefully we'll get them turned round. You can see the business end of the Blue Texel.
Yes, my colleague Andrew is rather jealous of my ski jacket, and he said I didn't know you'd been asked to judge the polar bears class, but that's coming in slightly later, I believe. And here we see the shearlings on the move. The ram lambs, beg your pardon, the ram lambs on the move. And as I said when they came in, Andrew, they do look a very uniform bunch of lambs here, and just a cracking pen of lambs that is. And having been involved in the Texels myself and the Beltex in the past, there, I'd like to think I do a little bit about the carcasses on them, but I'm not saying I'm picking a winner out of here straight away.
No, definitely not. I think Hamish is thinking the same thing there when he's going around trying to judge this class. They're all very bright and alert. There's a cracking lamb there coming straight towards us.
Yeah, I clocked him. He's just he fancies himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, he knows he's nice. That he knows he's a nice one. But they're all very bright and alert. You see the one running across the ring there. He's a cracker as well. You've got to get him back round and in amongst the group.
Now we can see him close up under our commentary box there, and it's you can see the meat in those things, Andrew. They really are some meat machines in there, and they look at the broadness of the tops on there. There'd be some pretty decent lamb chops coming out of that middle there.
Oh,
I know it's unkind to talk about them like that, but this is an agricultural show, and we can't forget that's the commercial end of it is what makes the need for the pedigree breeds to start with.
Yeah, no, you can see it through all of the lambs really in this class. There's a great power and strength in a lot of these lambs here. It's great to see. These are, as Andy's saying, these are the future breeders of either pedigree or commercial lambs, and they'll do a job either side. When you look at any of these, commercially, obviously these boys are very well set up for the job. We're trying to get a better view of them here when they're standing up beside us. But no,
I think I might have picked my winner, and the judges just beat me to it, picking the winner as well. So I think those have been.
Did you agree with them?
Those have been tapped. I'm not going to say that. It's mine is not to say, but yes, it's certainly he's picked 2 or 3 crackers out of those. We see the boys close to now. They're going in for the catch.
In for the kill here. Great to see some able stocksmen there manage to grab a hold of these boys.
A lot of youngsters in this ring as well.
There is.
Athleticism amongst them all there, Andrew. They made that look easy catching those up anyway.
I would say so,
Oh,
definitely.
Well, maybe we did spoke too soon.
The stewards weren't on the ball there. So now this is where we find the showmen that are the chancers or not here, Andy. We'll see who pulls them into the right position here for Hamish. But
well, I don't know if you noticed in the last class, but I did. But when David Gray got pulled, he went so close to the railings on that right-hand side that there's no way anybody was going to get in front of him.
Getting past them.
That's a man with experience for sure.
Definitely. But Hamish won't be caught out though. He's not daft in amongst the sheep anyway. That's for sure. He'll know which one's which.
An inexperienced breeder, I think, not just in this breed, but in the Texel breed as well. Hamish for some time. Whereas I shouldn't say the Texel breed, the white Texel breed, as opposed to the blue.
The white ones. Don't want to get contacted by Ofcom here, Andy, when we're doing this now.
There we go. So now we're seeing them get caught up and pulled back into their positions.
I don't know what you think, Andy, but I certainly don't think the Charlie breeders would have managed to caught them in the middle of the ring anyway. That's for sure.
No, indeed. And that's a decent lamb that he looks like he's got at the front of the class there. Maybe not the biggest in the ring, but a great carcass on it, certainly a lovely character about it. I can't just see his number.
Yeah, no, he's a very cocky looking lamb. When he was running around the pen before there, I did see him, and he's got a nice big open head on him as well. You want that, you want a nice, with any of the breeds, any of the sheep breeds, you want a nice big open muzzle in them. That's where they take in all the breaths of breathing the oxygen that helps them turn the grass that they're eating into protein and helps them eat plenty of it.
My grandfather always said if they've got a wide mouth they can eat more grass, and I suppose there's some truth in that.
No, definitely. I don't know about me. I don't know about that right enough, Andy. I've got quite a big mouth and I'm quite a skinny guy. So
you said that yourself. I think that I'm again not being an expert on this, but the horseshoe of white over the nose is part of the attributes of this breed, and that certainly does give them some character from the front end, doesn't it?
It certainly does. When you see it there, I don't know the full ins and outs of the markings or the markings for the breeds. I know there's different quality, there's different attributes that they want and don't want in colouring for certain breeds. I don't know if that's the same for the blue Texels. I know it is for Zwartbills. Certainly they quite like the white colour to be in the right place.
Because we have to say that there are a few variants of the Texel breed now, as well as the Beltex, which were a Belgian Texel. We've now recently seen the blue Texel and the badger face Texel, and of course now the Dutch spotted Texel, which is making a lot of headway, and very attractive sheep those are as well.
Yeah. We've also don't forget we've got the Dutch Texel as well. We've had them for a number of years as well, though they've not been quite as numerous as we've seen the blue Texels come forward now, but. They're another variant of the Texel.
Well, they are, but the Dutch Texel was always stayed part of the Texel breed itself.
Yep.
So there are variants within that
yep.
Texel breed, whereas these have established themselves as breeds in their own right.
Yeah.
And the Dutch Texel, as you rightly say, in the Texel breed is the one that put the muscle and the thickness into them. And there's still a lot of Dutch Texels still being used. So once in a generation, a few generations to put that bit of shape back in.
Yes, yeah. And there we'll see our judges turning him around for you to see what it is that he was seeing there before. And as you can see, as you look across, and there's great muscling from from the very top to the very bottom there, Andy. It's
certainly the lamb in first place there, Andrew. Looks like he's got extreme jigget on that lamb, and good from the front end and good from the back, Andrew. That's what we were saying earlier on. That's a great beast. You
can always see, Andy. You can see if they carry width through their head. It usually tells that it will carry through the rest of them, and that certainly applies for the first prize one at least.
That looks like the nod to the steward there. That's it. And congratulations to the first prize winner there. What a super lamb that is, Andrew.
Yeah, looking at it from the front end and the back, you can see it carries everything that you can see. When you've seen them off on the loose, you can see it was able to carry itself well, and there's a great presence in the ring. So, yeah, I would say Hamish has picked out a worthy winner in that class, but as we were saying before, you could go anyway in this class and you wouldn't be far wrong.
The other lamb that's in second place probably carrying a bit more wool, but maybe that's because he's just not dressed down so far, but slightly different type of sheep in the second position, but some excellent class of sheep there, and we're going to get the results coming across to us now, and well done to exhibitors of the Blue Texel Ramrod.
So we have in first place in that class, we have number 135. We'll just get our paperwork sorted. It's a bit all over the shop at the moment, thanks to the gusts that we're suffering from. I think we've, if there's anyone watching us from the motorway, I think you'll maybe see the sheets that we had before. So we have winning that class was number 135 from Jennifer Duncan. In second place was number 140 from Stuart and Moira Herity. Third place was number 131 from Cora Farm. Fourth was number 137 from Kevin Watrett. Fifth was number 132 from Cora Farm again. And sixth was number 136, and that was from Kevin Watrett again. So great to see a lot of different names coming through in the class winners there as well, Andy.
Indeed, and Kevin Watrett, some will be familiar. Will is well known for his Solway Bank, Solway View Belgian Blue herd there, which he's been very successful with. And
yes, working with quite a lot of different breeds now there at Solway View. They've got, I think, I don't know if you saw, they were selling a very good Charlie Bull there not that long ago as well. And they have a few limousines too, the British Blues, as you were saying, and obviously the Stocksman there, Alistair Jackson. He keeps quite a number of sheep there as well. So they're definitely not shy to a decent pedigree beast.
Yeah, and Ali, of course, a very able man, but I think he's bringing out some spotted Texels. And now it looks like we're going across to the Border Leicester ring, so we're getting some viewing in there, and that's looks like a class of ewes we've got going on there.
Yeah, I'd say it looks like ewes, yeah.
I'll see if we can just pick up a few results from that. So continuing on with the Blue Texel class, we have the aged ewes, or ewes to shear and over. Again, a decent entry. Again, a decent entry we have here. 6 animals forward, and that's Hamish Curry back into action now, judging the senior ewes, the older ewes in the Blue Texel class. So our judge Hamish has taken his time going through these sheep now, just reaching towards the end of the line, and you can see the way that he's handling them there. There's some firm muscle underneath these older ewes.
Yeah, from memory, Andy, the U class has always been very strong since they started showing here 3 or 4 years ago. It's always been a very strong class. It's great to see such a big class of aged females as well. Sometimes we just find it hard to be able to get the ewes into a good show condition after we're working so hard with our lambs.
Indeed, and of course, unlike the Charolais where they'd be lambing earlier on in the year, the the Blue Texas will be, some of these lamb ewes won't have lambed until well into March, so it is, and some of them probably still seeking lambs, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be the ones that are shouting. You can hear them bleating away. They'll be looking for their lambs. They'll be in their pens waiting for them when they go back. But just while Hamish looks over that, I'll give you some results there from the border Leicesters, just as we've been looking over at them every now and then. So in the first class was the aged ram class, and in first place was number 58 from Sandy Watson. Second place was number 56 from North Knott class. In the shearling tub class, first place was number 59 from Duncan White. Second was number 61 from PM and NJ Brown, Boslow Farms. Third was number 62 from Sandy Watson. Fourth was number 63 from Shona Kerr. Fifth was number 60 from Duncan White. In the Tup Lamb class, first was number 64 from Drennans. Second was number 65 from Duncan White. Third was number 68 from Sandy Watson. Fourth was number 66 from Jennifer Brown, and fifth was number 67 from PN and NJ Brown. So now we're on to the Blue Techs have all been let off here now. You'll see these ewes, and I tell you, Andy, there's some cracking ewes in this section.
So I've picked one out of this class, I have to say, when she came in through the gate, so we'll see where I get to. Again, I'm mentioning no names, but they are a great bunch of ewes, aren't they? They're a great bunch of breedy beasts.
Yeah, there's a ewe there that's maybe caught my eye, maybe a similar. We might have agreed in this one, I would say, and I think there's a cracking ewe there that's going about there. A bit of a splash of colour on her, I think.
Of course, but we can't. We're not handling them, Andrew. So I mean, that's this breed particularly. Yes, that's something that's crucial, and obviously the handling the teeth and everything else. But on the locomotion, certainly there's some good moving sheep amongst them, and it's a good class of ewes.
Great, they're very powerful ewes, and that's what you want to see in any terminal sire breed. They need to have good mothers, and they need to be very strong that way. And certainly looking at this class of ewes, they've got great promise for the future of the Blue Texans.
And here we see, of course, it's the fun end. We've got to catch them up again. And some of these ewes won't want to be caught. They'll be quite happy getting a run round when they've been stuck in the pens for the rest of the day. And there's an experienced shepherd there, soon found his way, soon found his beast. And David there, he can soon catch them up. And of course, he's a scanner and a shearer as well. I think David. Rugby player too, I believe, and makes him ideally fit for this job.
Yeah, he can. He knows how to handle his sheep. Anyways, he'll handle thousands and thousands of sheep every year between the scanning and shearing that he does, and very able in amongst the pedigree circles as well. You'll see a lot of great stock coming out of Sunnycroft from David and his father Gordon, who's actually a steward here today. I don't think we've not had a chance to see him, but he has been stewarding today somewhere.
Yes, he was stewarding in the Zwartel breed across in the other ring earlier on. And of course, at Ettrick they have a few Angus cattle there as well now, and we're doing quite well with too. Anyway, back to this class. We've pulled one in first position, and I don't think we were too far wrong, were we, Andrew?
No, I wouldn't say so. She's a very flashy beast anyway. She knows what it's all about. I'd say she's a girl that's been out in the show circuit before anyway.
Possibly. Certainly our judge is taking another hard look at the top of his leaderboard here. But is he happy, do you think, Andrew?
I would say he's not too far away. It's, I would say he's got a bit of a toss-up between his first three relay, but they're three very similar beasts when you look at them from the front here, and you can see them. They're all very showy girls, and they certainly look the part in the ring anyway. That's for sure.
And I think that's the nod, and there we go. No, it's not.
No,
We're losing the first two.
Want them off, I think, Andy. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We'll see how these girls walk now. He can pay a bit of attention to Hamish's 1 and 2 here. You can see what you think of them yourselves here when you see them off.
I think he's just found a bit of concern with one of them there, Andrew. Maybe that's why he let them go.
Yeah, just sort of, he's maybe going to switch them round here, I think. I don't know. See what happens here. No, he's keeping them the same. I think he was just wanting to make sure that he had picked the right one when he seen her off again, just to double check. But when you see them from behind there, and it is very hard to split them when you see them from this angle.
Certainly is great ends on these the first two sheep here. And there we go, Andrew. That's the U class decided. A great class of U's that was too, and congratulations to Kevin Watt with the win in U there. That's a superb breedy beast. Looks like a great skin on her as well, and I bet she handles really well. And as we see the ewes go, having a quick judge with the judge having a quick chat with the exhibitors, and we'll speak to the steward in a minute and bring you the results of that class.
Okay, so we have the results here for that class. So in the U class, the winner of that was number 148, as Andy said, from Kevin Watritt. In second place was number 146 from Cora Farm. In third place was David Gray with number 147. Fourth was number 145, again from Cora Farm. 152 was second was fifth from Stuart and Moira Herity, and 149 was sixth, and that was from R. Graham.
west coast of Scotland for another M&S Food Fresh Market update. I'm with Sarah, who's been an M&S Select Salmon farmer for 5 years.
Are there many female salmon farmers?
The industry as a whole, they're really promoting women in aquaculture. I've got such an incredible network of people around me. It's about nurturing people, which eventually unlocks the whole potential of the salmon.
They've got so much space. It's jaw-dropping.
So there's actually 98% water to 2% salmon, so it's really special.
I've heard some of the M&S salmon is smoked locally.
It literally is just down the road. They have a really natural method of smoking which brings out that really great smoky flavour. This has been my passion for such a long time, and to be able to say that you're farming salmon to the highest possible standard that goes to match the spend to customers is brilliant.
I'll be back with another M&S Food Fresh Market update and some delicious salmon recipes from Chris.
Once signed up, you'll gain access to our online community.
We know that building a business can sometimes be a lonely place, so having a community of like-minded people around you is critical.
Is your farm under pressure to reduce its carbon hoofprint and stay profitable? There's a good reason why. Agriculture is responsible for almost 1/10 of human greenhouse gas emissions, and almost half of that comes from cattle alone. It's a global problem that requires local solutions. Rumitech is a feed additive that is shown to significantly reduce emissions and improve feed efficiency in dairy and beef cattle without affecting productivity. By reducing the amount of methane produced, Rumitech makes fermentation in the cow's rumen more efficient, making more energy available to the cow to make it more productive. Assured by the Carbon Trust, when fed correctly within a predominantly forage-based diet, Rumitech has been shown to reduce dairy and beef enteric methane emissions by around 6% per animal per day, and dairy enteric methane emissions by around 18% per litre of milk. These efficiencies could reduce the cost of running a herd of dairy cows by £24,000 per year. At just 4p per cow per day for dairy, or 2p per cow per day for beef cattle, Rumitech is simple to introduce with minimal costs. And there are also many secondary benefits to feeding Rumitech, such as improved grading and killing out percentages, improved fertility, reduction in feed intake, and reduction in cases of ketosis. Rumitech reduces emissions and increases productivity.
our judge Hamish just getting halfway down the class here, but it is a good class of sheep, a big class of sheep too, but the biggest class is Gimmers that we've seen so far today, I think.
Yeah, I think it's. I've not had a right good look through the schedule yet, Andy, but I think this will be one of the larger classes of Gimmers that are on show here for over the 2 days. Andy's away just to get some results for his folk for the Blue Domain section. I'll get you some of the class results and things there. He'll come back and let us know. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to him, his sandwich box and picnic box that's been delivered to him has just collapsed on the floor thanks to the windy conditions that we're suffering today. But in the Blue Texel class, in the Gimmer class, Hamish, our judge, Hamish Curry, has got a very big task in his hands here. One of the larger of the classes that I've seen today, and he's going to have a good look over them. He's going to handle them all and look through, and then he'll let a few off, I would think, either a few off or all of them off, and see what he does here now. I would think he'll select a few and get them let off to see how they move and how they show themselves in the ring when they're not being held by the handlers. So there we go, folks. Our stewards are doing a great job of holding these sheep up here in the top corner for you to have a very good look at here. You can see they're getting a very good judge's eye view, really, of what Hamish is seeing. Very hard sitting here to pick out a winner in this class. They're all very strong, all with their different qualities. Like I say, it's great to see such a strong class in front of us here. Very, very difficult job for Hamish to pick out from here, I would say.
Certainly good to see them right up close under the commentary box there, Andrew, and you can get to see a bit more of the size of them from this distance as well. All the stockmen looking eager, all eyes on the judge, ready to pounce. And here we go. Here's the judge starting to point and send in the guys to catch all the sheep. Here you go. Hold him tight, guys. Is that not cheating, Andrew, leaving them there with a halter on so you can get hold of it again? Why didn't we all think of that?
I don't know, but I'm thinking the same as well, Andy. I'd quite like to do that myself. But the stewards and the exhibitors are actually doing a very good job of keeping these gimmers up here, and we're actually getting a fantastic view of them there on the camera. You can see in the screen there, you're getting a great judge's eye view. You can see, I think that was Kevin Watchett came out of there. First of all, I think maybe that's a Cora Gimmer in second place. Possibly a Cora Gimmer in, maybe it's, I think David maybe out there in third, David Gray, and then Cora again in fourth, I think. Quite hard to see the numbers here from them, but getting on very well here.
Oh, well held. That's one away.
You'll always find in a lot of the breeds, whenever I've been commentating before, you can see the vast majority of the problem sheep are actually the gimmers. It's don't know if there's anything to be said for that, Andy.
Well, I think perhaps we'd better remain very PC amongst those. When it comes down to chasing young ladies and catching them, I think my days are over doing that job, Andrew. That's the only problem. If you're left with the only one still running around, you haven't got all your mates to help you catch it up. So we've got one on the loose here now, and we've not got our big burly rugby playing steward to come and tackle this one here. She's showing herself off, to be fair. You need a dug, Andrew. Somebody should have brought a sheepdog with them. Maybe we should put her in. Oh, here she goes. They got her caught up. There we go. judge has pulled his line-up in here. Going back through them, having a second look. And he did mention earlier on that one or two of the sheep there, when he came to handle them, there's the odd defect in them, but that's his job as being an inspector as well as a judge. And we'll have a word with him shortly. He'll maybe elaborate on that a little bit. In the meantime, he's done a bit of a shuffle in the centre here. One moving from 5th to 4th. The rest of them, he looks relatively happy.
So there we go again. Hamish is going to let off his first and second prize winners there at the moment. Just have another quick look over them just to see how they go when they're off again, just to double check that all's well. It's slightly easier to see a couple rather than when they're in the big group here, so it might give them a better chance just to have a good look over them again. And a fine pair of gimmers they are too, Andrew. Bit of life about them, to be fair. But cracking pair of gimmers, that is. Again, quite difficult to split. I can quite understand why he's let those have another run. Meanwhile, in ring one, the blue domains have concluded, and I'll give you the results of that very shortly. There we go, that's them coming back in again in the same order by the looks of it. One more handle, one more check. A little bit more nerves. Crucial check in the mouths of some of these sheep. There's no excuse for sheep being here with mouths that are too far forward. Oh, here we go. There's that switch. There's that reluctant move from the first place down to second. A one nobody ever wants, but there's a smile from the boy in second coming up trumps there. I would say so. No, it's Hamish just seen something that's going to split them up a wee bit there, I think. But he's had a good go around them now, and I think that's him. Got them picked out. You can see them there standing in front of us now. I would say he's definitely got in his 1 and 2 there, Andy. I would say he's definitely got the shapiest, strongest two of the class. Certainly, and the one in first there. Certainly, when you turn around this way, she looks like she's just bigger, got a bigger back end. Anyway, I know that's not everything, but it doesn't count for a lot. It certainly helps, yeah. Well, that certainly made him have to work for his day anyway. Yep, definitely. He's had a good look over that. It's been a good big class for him to look over there, Andy, and I think he's quite seems to be pleased now with where he's came to. And that's it. That's the nod. There's our steward Keith Campbell writing the notes down. He's going to bring across to us, and a great job, Hamish. I'm sure he enjoyed judging that class of good sheep. Yeah. I think just looking, I'm just trying to look over the numbers and the catalogue here, but I think that's Cora Farms there in first place with 155. I'm not sure of the number, but it's Kevin Watrett in second place and David Gray in third. I'm just struggling to see the numbers for the next 4 or 5, but no, that's certainly a first 3 in this class.
And well done to all the exhibitors. And again, we'd like to thank our sponsors in this class, Shearwell Data Limited and Shearwell are leaders in animal identification and software management, of course, and they provide a complete system including the EID tags and readers and software and everything. So thanks again to our sponsors, Shearwell Data. And here comes the steward with our results for the class.
So yep, there in that class we had, as I was saying, 155 from Cora Farm. Second was number 161 from Kevin Watrett. Third was number 156 from D&C Gray. Fourth was number 154 from Cora Farm. Fifth was number 157 from D&C Gray. So next up we'll have the ewe lamb class, and then following that we'll have the female championships. I don't quite know the full ins and outs of it in the Border Leicester section, but I don't know if we can get a camera to look over into there at the present time. But in the Border Leicester ring just next door to us, they're onto the female championship there. I just trying to look over my results and paperwork here. I can't quite get it there, but I think there's Mary Laidley Steel there with a gimmer, I would say. I think that's possibly Alta Cane and with a ewe lamb.
Through the online portal, you will have an access to a library of modules, giving you the practical tools and techniques to upskill, challenge, and apply your new learnings to your business.
Class first was number 113 from Neil Miller. Second was number 114 from Sally Shawn. Third was number 112 from Kenneth O'Connor. And fourth was number 115 from Standing Stones. Winning the female championship was number 107 from Lainey Daff with her Gimmer, and 110, the second prize Gimmer, was reserve female. The male champion Rosette went to number 92. That was the Shearling Ram from Kenneth O'Connor. Winning the reserve was number 92 from Kenneth O'Connor, and the overall winner was number 107 from Lainey Daff. Someone that's certainly been in the Blue Domain breed for a long time there, Andy. Lainey Daff, she's certainly been a great supporter of the section for at the Highland Show for a number of years.
She certainly has, Andrew. I was involved in Blue Domains a long time ago, and Lainey was always there, and she comes back and supports every year, and that's great to see her winning. I've actually got a bit of information here somewhere on that champion, if I can just find it here. I'm reading
magnifying glass.
Well, I'm reading to hold the paperwork down and then read the scribbles of our rugby playing steward here, but I'm not. The champion is Greenside Tina, I think, or Trina. I'm not sure about that. I'll maybe have to quantify this a little bit later. But anyway, congratulations to Lainey Daff. As I said, a staunch supporter of the breed and a cracking gamer. I've just been across and seen her just now, and a superb sheep, and a credit to her. And a good turnout of Blue Domains, Andrew. So it was nice to see them back here, and nice to see the exhibitors who make that effort. And it's a shame we couldn't have put them all on television. We're limited to how much live streams we can show, but I can assure you they were a great show of Blue Domains, and well done, Lainey.
Yeah, and definitely going through the results there, it seems there's been a few winners as well, a few different winners, not just one or two. There's been a good mix as well, so that's great to see as well. But here we go back in our ring with the Blue Texel section with a class of ewe lambs, not just as big a class as the Gimmer class, but still looks to be a very strong class of sheep.
Certainly do. There's some bright young lambs amongst these here now. They're just right in front of us, and the one you can see on your screen there. What a great example of a breed that is.
Both the Charlies and the Blue Texels, there's been some great examples of the breeding. Some very, very nice looking sheep.
I was just glancing across to the ring to our far right there and seeing the Border Leicesters there, and a lot of lugs I can see going past the end of the rail there, but that looked like a cracking class of ewe lambs as well there, Andrew.
It did. It looked very strong. It's great to see. It's great to see these the young sheep coming forward for this, because it's sheep that we'll hopefully see in the future, and if we don't see them, we will see progeny of them, because they look to be some great show potential in a lot of those sheep.
When I was in Texels going back a while now, I only ever showed lambs. I never showed older stock, and I always used to love bringing out a ewe lamb, and I think the winner ewe lamb class to me was always the one I was after, because then if somebody else is going to put that beast up to the prize, then you believe you've got a breeder there. Although, as you said, maybe it's not always the winners that they go on and breed. But
no, it's not always a show one that'll breed you a show one, quite often than not, but you always like to think that the attributes that a show winner has can go on and breed you something even better again.
And I'm speaking from experience this week. I've just in another breed, which we'll come on to tomorrow. I went and purchased a lamb out of the previous Highland Show winner a couple of years ago. I purchased a ewe lamb out of it this time, so hopefully she'll breed true to type of her mother anyway.
Very lucky to get a female with such a great sounding pedigree there, and I wouldn't mind to have a penny for every pound that you have anyway, that's for sure.
I did have to persuade the chap to part with it. I don't think he wanted to see it go, but yeah, who knows, he might come back out to the show in a year or two's time.
Just while we're working our way through Hamish is working his way through this class here. I think the Border Leicester ring. If our camera's able to have a quick look over, you'll see we're in the male championship for the Border Leicester section. Looks to be a very, very strongly fought competition in there. There'll be the age tup from Sandy Watson, the shearling tup from Duncan White, and the tup lamb from Drennan's. I'm not quite sure. They're just having a run round the ring there, so it's very good to see them in there.
Certainly the age tup looks a fair sort of a beast to me from this distance anyway. Not that I'm an expert on Border Leicesters or anything else for that matter.
Well, everyone likes to think they're an expert, don't they, Andy?
The ringside judges.
But no, there's some great showmen and stocksmen in the Border Leicester breed. There's been many top breeders and other breeds that have originated from Border Leicester breeding, Andy.
Certainly have, especially a lot of the top Texel men came down that route, didn't they? But back to our ring of blue lambs here, we can see them on the move there, and yeah, that's not a bad bunch of new lambs there, Andrew. Maybe said not the numbers of the last ones, but they're looking a good, more uniform bunch maybe than some of the Gimmers did.
Yeah, no, I would say probably quality is winning over quantity in the ewe lamb section. They're all very uniform looking there. Looking across them, it's certainly uniform in colour anyway, and looking across them there's some great shape and some very showy looking sheep in there again. Just looking at our screens there, Andy, our screen in front of us here is seeing them up close there, and the close-up zoom. There's some really nice ewe lambs there when you see them.
Certainly is. A very bright one in the front now, just looking as though she wants to take it.
Yes, definitely. I know they're certainly looking the part. They've been brought out to perfection there, these ewe lambs.
No, that's a good class. Certainly making Hamish think anyway, and he's obviously handled them now, so he knows what he's felt now. He just wants to pick what he sees.
Yep, he knows. He'll know roughly what he's thinking about after he's handled them and looked at them. He'll want to quantify that by seeing them on the move and walking around. It's far easier to see a showy beast when they're off in the loose rather than being held.
And particularly this breed or a heavy muscle breed like this, you do need to see them moving, because sometimes a heavy muscle can be detriment to the legs and walking ability. So it's good to see muscle sheep that can actually be mobile as well. And hats off to our cameraman there. He's making a great job of capturing all this. So he's done the whole team are doing a sterling job here bringing this showcase to you. But very impressed with their ability with the camera whip. We've got the runner again. We've got a runner. No, he's got a few folks helping him. We've got that one caught. That's fine.
Yeah, they get them caught up. Not too bad there. The steers can keep them right. I'm just looking over there to the Border Leicester. It looks like it's the aged ram that won the male championship there for Sandy Watson. As you were saying, Andy, a very strong looking sheep that anyway. Looks the part over there.
He certainly does. We can see him from here, and he must be 200 yards away. That's the size of him. And we can see his legs probably from somewhere in space, I would have said. So here we see the lambs caught up in order, and some familiar faces back near the top of the line again. judge is customary going to have another handle across them before he puts the tickets out there. He's taking a particular interest in the difference between 1 and 2. Of course, this is the last class that Hamish has got to judge before he gets into the championship. Oh no, we're having a shuffle again in the middle here, moving a couple of sheep around. Now we're getting to see the sheep from the other end, Andrew, and yeah, that's the judge is just in front of us. Looks like a cracking sheep in pole position there.
Yeah, definitely. She's
just that wee bit bigger than the rest, isn't she?
She is. She's just got that little edge on the second prize, or the second position one at the moment. And yeah, he's going to take it there. That'll be Kevin Watrett again, winning another class.
Yeah, he's having a good day.
He is indeed. So that's David Gray and then Cora in third, but we'll confirm that with you shortly.
Good lamb of David Gray's too, but I'd say she's maybe a touch younger, but certainly two good lambs.
She's very flashy. They do. Gordon and David do like a nice flashy female, and that certainly shows that.
Great female breeders come out of it, females of all breeds come out of Etrigal. Absolutely, I've had a few texts from him in the past.
Definitely, there's been some many flocks started with a foundation from an Ettrick female. I don't know if we can get our camera to have a quick turn around again onto the border. Leicester's on the overall championship there, I think. Hopefully we can see that for you just when we have a little break. I think.
There we go. So that's them on screen now. We see
there you go. You see that big age ram there. I think that's him in the middle. And I think this is all just guesswork at the minute, folks. We don't have the full results, but I think the sheep nearest the camera is the female champion. That was Drennan Gimmer, I believe. As I say, we're just working on a bit of guesswork at the moment, but I think that's how it seems there just now.
So there's Judge John Mocklin over there with the Border Leicesters. It's unenviable task to sort those out there, Andrew. They looks a cracking lineup to me from the front end. Anyway, we've not got to see them or handle them, of course.
No, certainly. But looking at them from here, it's the Border Leicesters. They seem to have came on a lot over the last few years. I've always been quite keen on the Border Leicester, and they seem to be bringing themselves forward into the forefront again. And you can see there 3 tremendous sheep.
There'd be some weight in that age top, I would say.
I think the handler will be quite happy that it isn't jumping around anyway. And there's the champion in the Border Leicester section. I'm sure that's the Gimmer from. It's definitely Mary Laidler that's holding on to her there, and I think that's the first prize Gimmer from Drennan's.
Well, congratulations to them over there on that side. We'll bring you the full results from that shortly. And now we move on to the championship back into with the Blue Texels.
Yep.
With the 3 rams coming into the ring.
The female championship first, I think.
I beg your pardon, so it is.
Possibly there, yep. That'll be the big ewe that we saw from Kevin Watrett. The ewe lamb from Kevin Watrett and the Gimmer from Cora, I believe it was, wasn't it?
That wind's just picking up here again, Andrew. I hope we're not going to get a storm of rain. It's gone a bit grey overhead. We'll be shortly through, maybe to our lunch break, perhaps.
I certainly hope so. We've been keeping going here to keep us all informed, so it's all we'll get there and end up at there. You can see.
Because they're waiting on the second prizes coming in as well to stand behind the first prize winner. So we'll expect to see 6 females in the ring, the same as we did for the championship in the Charolais. Bit of a reluctancy to come back in the ring again. That one, I think she thought her day was done being second prize and she could get a lay down, but she's back in now. That gives our judge now a chance to get out there and select his female champion.
So yeah, there we have the furthest away from the camera there. You have the U from Kevin Watrett. In the middle there, we'll have the. In the middle we have the Gimmer. That's from Cora Farm. And at the end of the line there, you'll see the ewe lamb.
Are you getting any preferences in here, Andrew? I think I've got a preference in this class, to be fair.
I would say, looking over them, they're 3 very nice sheep. They're 3 very typey sheep. Who certainly Hamish is stuck to a type when you see them standing there, and as they should in any breed, there's a sliding scale going from the ewe to the Gimmer to the ewe lamb. The ewes, obviously, the bigger and stronger of them. Sometimes you can struggle in some of the breeds to get that, but it's good to see it here with the Blue Texels. They're following in the line that you would hope to see. And yeah, no, there's one in there that I certainly like, but I'm not going to say anything because Hamish could make me look very silly shortly.
Well, shortly we'll get to speak to Hamish and we'll get his thoughts on what he's got. But I'm just fancying that ewe lamb myself. I'll stick my neck out.
It would be the first time I know we were saying about the lambs winning championships, but I'll end up being corrected again. But I'm quite sure the winners from the classes for the Blue Texels have always been the younger of what's been forward. So it wouldn't be a surprise if they went for the ewe lamb. She is a very, very flashy beast, and you see her standing in front of us now.
Hamish is taking a good look at the old ewe anyway. He's taking a good look at them all, and so he should. It's a crucial part of the show. And he'll be enjoying himself out there as well. As I hope you all are at home watching this great spectacle of this Royal Highland Showcase. looks like a tough decision. And Andrew, there's no easy one there. He would have been straight in. So
No.
maybe we're no right. Oh, we're going to see him on the move.
No, as I was saying, when you see them standing there in front of us, it's quite hard to pick between them. He's picked a type, and they're all very even to pick out from.
That one's going to run off home and not get anything if she goes
I don't
that
think it's
way.
going to stop until she gets to a pen anyway, that's for sure.
She's not quite as likely to go over the hurdle as the Blue Domains might have been.
No, exactly. Them or the Charlies.
It looks like Hamish has taken the two older sheep, the Gemma and the older ewe across there. They're getting caught up now, so I think we maybe got a decision coming here now.
Slightly contrary to your earlier beliefs there, Andy. I've got the chopping board and the knife ready here.
I knew I should never stick my neck out.
Never goes the way you think. That's it. It always catches you out.
I did. First thing I said when we came on this morning, I'm no expert in anything, so I got my disclaimer in fairly early doors. Well, he's still not shown us which way he's going, I don't think.
No, definitely not. When you've seen the Gimmer off and running there, she looks a very, very strong sheep. But the ewe's very correct right through as well. When you see her, she carries everything right through.
And there we go. It's the age ewe that takes the female champion, and well deserved she is too. And the Gimmer going in there as reserve. That's a excellent result. Two great beasts.
Yeah, so that was the ewe winning that from Kevin Walsh. That was number 148, and the Shealing ewe from Cora Farms, number 155 with the reserve. That's there we go.
It's the female champion done. I'm not sure if they're going to get them across to the camera to get a word with these guys, or whether we're going to wait and hang on till we've got the whole section completed.
So for those of you that are standing with us and staying with us here, the sheep judging that don't know. We'll give you a live update on the football scores, and the Czech Republic are unfortunately 1-0 up on us at the moment, going into half time. So hopefully the boys can turn it round in the second half. He's never either. See, good job, Anthony.
That's assuming, of course, anybody's listening to us and they're watching the football there. So here we have the lineup for the male championship. On the farthest away from us there, we've got the senior ram from Kevin Watra. In the middle, David Gray with the Sheelan ram.
And yep, and the ram lamb, I believe that was from Jennifer Duncan. Yes, number 135. So this is another strong championship, I would say, going by the trying to remember on to how the classes were to start with, but they've all been very strong classes in the Blue Texels this year. It's great to see throughout all the classes. I don't think there's been any less than 6 in any of them. So
certainly good numbers for as we said earlier, for a fairly new breed. It's tremendous to see the turnout from these enthusiastic exhibitors.
Yes, definitely. And then obviously we've got the second prize winners there. You'll see with Aged Up, there's Ewan Burgess has came in there. He's had someone showing his this section. I think he would be showing Berrichon's before, so we have a wee escapee. The aged ram doesn't want to be included anymore. I think he's feeling slightly like us, Andy, I think, with this wind.
I was going to say, I thought he was running up to go and see those ewes over there, but you might be right. He might just want to go back to his pen for a feed.
So it has been a little while there for Hamish to get back in the swing. For the rams, he's been judging for well over 2 hours now, so that's him back into trying to get back into the way of the tops. He's had some big female classes, so he'll reacquaint himself with his first prize winners from those 3 classes earlier on. A quick handle of them, we may let 2 or all 3 of them go just to see them moving, just remind himself of how they were when they were off.
Our judge is taking a look through the second prize winners, so maybe he's made up his mind with the first prize winners. just discussing with my colleague here, and this feeling a little bit cold here, and I just said I think he looks about as blue as this ring of Texels at the moment. There would be glad to get back in the warm now. So we're just waiting on Hamish making his final decision on the males.
Yep, no, I don't think I've been as cold in my life, Andy, to be honest with you, and that's coming from a man that worked at Lanark Market, one of the coldest markets in the UK. So no, but here we go. Hamish will have another quick swing round. As we were saying before, he might let a couple of them off just to compare against them when they go off there, if he's got a couple he's thinking of.
Well, there we go. That was a bit of a surprise there, Andrew, was it not? That's cracking.
He just beat me. He beat me to it. I was just about to say, Andy, I like the top lamb.
That's what I meant earlier on when I said the ewe lamb. It was the top lamb.
You got mixed up with your lambs.
I did. No, that's a cracking wee ram lamb that is. And
yes, it is.
Well done to Jennifer.
Jennifer, yes, it was Jennifer Duncan that's holding on to that, number 135.
Right in front of the commentary box. Well, there you can see him on his screens. That's a good looking blue Texel.
Yeah, he's a cracker when you see him. That ram lamb class was exceptionally good when you saw them coming out. They're very level. Good to see.
Well done, congratulations.
Good to see someone different as well getting it there, Andy. It's been quite a run with Kevin Watrett and Cora Farms.
And David Gray as well.
And David Gray. It's
nice to see it shared out a bit.
It is. It's good.
And I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to have a chat with our judge Hamish before he gives his final championship, or whether we're going to wait till he's finished. But I know we're going to get to speak to him soon.
You just see that cracking picture there on the screen there. You just saw the close-up of its head. It's a cracking looking head on that boy. It's a really nice beast.
He looks like he handles well too.
He does. You can see the business end of him there, trying to jump and everything. He's very, very strong.
So it'll be an interesting contest this, because it's big versus small. My grandfather always said a good big one will beat a good little one, but I'm not quite sure that's the case in this one. Although that's not a little lamb, to be fair. It's
no, not quite sure of its age, but it'll be I would say it'll be a very late February or March lamb. It's still got a look of youth about it yet, but it's got plenty scope for the future anyway, that boy.
Yes, he certainly has.
So we'll see here now, we have the gimmer from Kevin Watrett and the ram lamb from Jennifer Duncan. And then I've got the sweepstake going here. I think he's going to be behind the pints later on though. I'm going for the gimmer.
I've been wrong all day, so we don't kiss of death from me. You don't want that. And again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Shearwell Data, and we'll get to have a word with a representative from Shearwell shortly, and also, as I said, from our judge Hamish Curry. So here he goes. This is the final of the Blue Texel judging, and that'll wrap us up in time.
Yep, looks like he's yours, so we'll see where he goes. And there we go. The overall championship goes to Kevin Watrett's gimmer. Congratulations to them. And now the reserve female will come forward now, and that'll be and that's the ewe from Cora Farms.
Congratulations, and well done, Kevin. He's had a good day here today, and she's a bright gamer, and I will say, Andrew, that's a beer I owe you.
I'll look forward to it. I'll enjoy it even more.
I don't know about a beer. I think a cup of warm soup might be better at this moment.
I would say so. Need a chaser, a soup chaser to heat me up.
And that looks like the
U, yeah. That's the aged U from. I think was that. I'm looking here to see. Is that Kevin Wattrett or Cora Farms? Just trying to figure out here. Yeah, we've got the U from Kevin Wattrett winning it overall, and the Gimmer from Cora Farms was going getting in reserve there. That was good to see. The Gimmer, second prize. No, I think he's. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to have a big thank you to the exhibitors and consigners, the Blue Texel section. It's the second one. It's really only the second one that we've been able to see properly. But looking through it, they look to be one of the strongest supported classes or sections here at the showcase this year. I'd like to thank them all for bringing out a great turnout of sheep. It's been a great mixture throughout all the classes. And hopefully Andy will be able to get a few words shortly with our judge, and just another big thank you to Shearwell Data Limited for sponsoring the Blue Texel section. So we'll, if everyone makes sure and keeps tuned, hopefully, I think looking across, I would say the Blue Texels are the last to finish up in the sheep judging for the MV day. So shortly we'll be getting ready for the single interbreeds and the pairs interbreeds, as well as the young handler sections. So please, people, stay tuned for that. We'll be ready to go for them shortly. There'll also be the goat championships. So there's still plenty to see, there's still plenty to do round about the show today, and we'll just get ready shortly now, and Andy's getting himself lined up there for a chat with our judge Hamish Curry. They'll be ready to go now.
Stand in front of that microphone for me, just a wee bit closer. You happy sound and cameras? What? You on time?
Well, Hamish, and congratulations on making an excellent job of judging the Blue Texels. There are a big number of classes and sheep for you to judge. What did you make of the classes today?
I thought the classes they could have been better. There was one or two classes let us down. Sheep should be right, and I was disappointed with one class in particular. But overall, I'm happy with what was in front of us.
Certainly a champion looks a great beast. Was that an easy winner from when she came in the class?
She wasn't an easy winner. I hummed and hawed a wee bit, as I do, but she's a good balanced yow, and she's still got a couple of lambs on her.
Aye.
So she's working as well.
But
she's well balanced, and the markings are right, and I just thought she was good sheep.
And
she's good in her legs. And
you took quite a shine to the Ram Lamb as
I
well.
I like that top lamb. Just needs to develop a little bit, but I did like that top lamb.
He'd maybe be a bit young, but he certainly looked like he got some makings about him.
He's got a good carcass, he's long, and he's got a good skin on him, and he still handles well. And the markings were bang on. But I like the Gimmer, so the Gimmer just has a wee bit maturity, but I did like the top lamb.
But the quality was there in the breed right through to the end.
Yes.
We were talking about the ewe lamb class as well, and tremendous class of ewe lambs at the end. Hard to separate.
There was only 6, but they were well uniformed, and I was just generally pleased with what was in front of us.
And Hamish, you're involved in this breed, and this breed's going forward. I think it's developing. The numbers are coming. A lot of interest is coming in there. Is this a breed that's going to finding a place in the commercial market?
It'll definitely have a commercial market. Yeah, I mean, a lot of folk don't realise that you buy a blue tip, but you're not going to get blue lambs. You'll only get 90% will be white lambs, and the carcass is there from these lambs.
I did see that.
So the skin doesn't matter, because you're going to get white lambs from them, but they'll go on and do all right.
And for the show ring, we're looking for particular attributes with regards to colour and markings around the face. That's all part of the
I think if you lose, they're supposed to have a halter mark, and if you lose the character of what they're supposed to be here for, then they're just a black sheep. So I like to try and keep a halter mark if I can.
And that's not so easy when it's a breed. You're looking for carcass, and you've got to start looking for colour as well. Makes them very difficult to breed, I'd say.
Because the darker ones are definitely the better carcasses.
Are they?
Just like any other breed, if you get a dark lamb, they're always a better carcass on them. But try and keep the halter mark if you can, and get them better.
And as you said, you're an inspector for the breed.
I inspect the blue Texels, so I go around some of the sales inspecting them, so they know I'm quite strict on mouths. One or two mouths could have been a bit better today, but they know what to expect from me now when they come.
They need to watch that, and I believe you're judging again in a couple of weeks' time at the Great Yorkshire Show.
Great Yorkshire, I'm judging any other continental. So
and that will include some of these, I guess. That will include some of these in any other continental.
No, blues have their own class.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure what will be coming up against. I know 4 breeds, but we'll just have to wait and see.
That'll keep your wits about you. Well, you did a great job today, and it took a lot of sorting out, and congratulations on that, and enjoy the Great Yorkshire as well.
I've really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Hamish.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just going to go straight into it, yeah?
Stand a better chance in the pairs.
And we're joined now by Jane Thompson, the representative from Shearwell Data. And I've known Shearwell Data for a long time. They've been about in the industry. And just tell us exactly, well, first of all, thanks very much to Shearwell for your sponsorship. And just tell us a little bit more about what goes on at Shearwell.
So our main business is ear tags for sheep and cattle and pigs. That's where we started off. And we've branched out since then into livestock recording systems, programs for recording livestock performance so that people can monitor how their flocks and herds are performing. And we also do sheep weighing equipment, sheep handling equipment, and a variety of other sort of general vet and med care for livestock.
And it's a company that's been around a long time. When was Shearwell started? It's been
a good 30 plus years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're always leaders in the electronic tag field, if I remember, something that will have brought you to the fore.
Our boss Richard Webber, who's still the MD of the company,
Richard,
was very keen on EID for livestock when he started up the company, and we're now moving towards EID in cattle as well in Scotland.
Okay, well, again, thank you very much for your sponsorship at the Royal Highland Showcase. It's always very grateful, and thank you very much for what you've done for the sheep and cattle industry in the advancements that you've made.
Thank you. It's been lovely to be here. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I've been a part of Stewartshire Young Farmers for just under a year now. It's a great place to be. There's a lot of different people, different sectors of farming, not even farmers, just everyone coming together, have a good time. Passions and what you see behind me here, the lambs, everything you push on to produce that best lamb, and that's where your passion's in your flock or your herd. Yeah, these are blue Texels, so they're a Texel gene with kind of a blue tinge to them, so they're a different colour. Normal Texel's white, and these are the white marley blue colour, a nicer colour. Started off, my dad bought me my first one 8 years ago, one in Lamgimmer, and the flock just kind of grew from there. There's probably 40 ewes now. Oh, this flock's everything to me. It's a lot of work goes into these. Royal Highland Show, I've been there a number of years. Since I was young, my mum and dad have always shown, so I've been going there since I was in nappies. But now it's my time to be showing and things, hopefully going this year. With the coronavirus and things, it's just a day, but very exciting. It's like a holiday for a farmer, isn't it? People go abroad, but we got the Highland Show. We love it.
My name's Megan Carson. I'm from near Castle Douglas, and my dad's a shepherd, so I've been brought up around animals my whole life. I love sheep the most. I think it's just because I've been brought up around them and around little pet lambs, and they're friendly ones. They're friendly. So I've been in the Stewartshire Young Farmers for about 4 years, and we're a group of like-minded people who like to get out, enjoy the countryside, socialise and learn different skills whilst being in the club. I've been to the Royal Highland Show a few times. I think it's a great day out or a couple of days out, and you see lots of different people you've not seen all year, and when I go there I head straight for the sheep.
Hello, I'm Johnny Watson of Watson Seeds. Good luck to everyone taking part in the Royal Highland Showcase, especially our many grass seed customers from all across the country. As proud sponsors of the show, we look forward to following the judging online and hopefully seeing you all in person next year at our stand at Ingliston. All the very best.
Right, what's for lunch?
I'm easy. You decide.
Seriously? Ah!
Seriously? How about tempting cheese nuggets? Tasty cheese squares? Or original award-winning extra mature? Ah, or this. Rich, creamy, tangy cheddar that spreads.
Where did this come from?
Man in the fridge.
Seriously?
Seriously. Unbeatable flavour in every bite.
The entrepreneurial mindset is what you need to propel yourself forward. But by making an effort to embody this mindset, you position yourself to meet everyday challenges and experience growth.
Ever notice these wee chaps? Those little logos mean an awful lot. They mean the beef and lamb you buy has field cred. What is field cred? Field cred means local, properly local, born and reared here in Scotland, for cheekier chops all round. Field cred means respectfully reared, better for the livestock for better peace of mind. Field cred means quality assured, assured with independent checks on trusted Scottish farms, meaning mindful munchies. Field cred means lush landscapes, landscapes ideal for grazing, for the animals and for you. So don't just make it with field cred.
Scotland's Royal College.
for the next generation, for the future of our food, for the future of our environment, for the natural economy. Take it to the next level.
This is, in essence, the startup phase, searching for a repeatable, scalable business model, using customer discovery to identify and understand your customers' needs and motivations.
can take your wee mask off as well if you want to show your face on camera. By the way, I was in there for a reason, not to be seen. There we go, brilliant. You happy for us to go? Move it down, so you just lower it. This speak loud so I can hear you. Okay? Just tell us, we'll get it moved. If there's something not right, we'll get it moved. Just direct Julie to let her know where you want her to put the microphone. Right, can you just get it sorted? It's the you're happy and you're happy. Yeah? Which way do you want? Are you happy to go? Yeah? You're happy, yeah? Okay, over to you, Jimmy.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We now come to the highlight of the Royal Highland Showcase 2021, the Young Handlers competition. These are the youngsters that are the future of the Scottish agriculture industry, and they come here today with a special sheep, and they're going to tell us a little bit about how they've prepared them and what kind of sheep they are. So first of all, Gregor, am I right? Says Gregor? Yeah. Gregor, can you tell me what kind of sheep this is, please?
Suffolk.
A Suffolk. Now tell me, what is the purpose of a Suffolk in this country's sheep industry?
It is good for crossing. It's great for crossing and it gets good at cross lambs.
And tell me, what have you done to get it ready for the show today?
It's been carded twice and then it's been clipped and then it's got 2 coats of colour on it and then we've brushed up its legs and put some pig oil on its head to add some shine on it.
Good. And do you have to train it for weeks beforehand so that it can stand as well as that?
Yeah, it needs to be trained a bit so it's
right.
better.
And tell me, if I was to ask you, would you rather be at Hampden today or here at the Royal Highland Showcase? Where would you rather be?
Here.
Here, good. Right, thank you very much indeed, Gregor. If you move away now and we'll let the next one come in, okay? Thank you very much indeed. Well done, all the best. Now, who do we have here with this beautiful sheep? Archie, tell me, Archie, what kind of sheep is this?
It's warble.
That's warble. What's the good things about this warble? If I knew nothing about sheep, you tell me all the good things about this warble.
They're good breeding ewes.
Yeah. And why must they have a white strip down the middle of their face?
Well, because that's like the markings of his warble.
Right. And does that make the fleece more expensive or less expensive?
Less expensive.
Less expensive. Right, and tell me, were you here when this sheep was born? Did you lamb it?
No.
No. Do you help with the lambing at home?
Yeah.
And do you like that?
Yeah.
Right, and when a lamb is newly born, can you say if it's going to be a winner or not?
Yeah, probably.
You can? Good. Well, thank you very much indeed, Archie, okay? Well done, all the best. So who do we have here now?
Alexander Cromley.
Alexander, how are you?
Not
Have
so
you had a
bad.
successful day showing so far?
Yeah, it was okay.
Good, good. And what makes the Highland Show special for you?
I've been coming since I was a baby.
Can you take your mask off? So
Yeah, I've been coming since I was a baby.
Right?
So it's got, it means something.
Good. And it makes it so much better when you come and you win prizes.
Yeah,
right.
it does.
Now tell me a wee bit about the Blue Texels. What is their special asset?
And
Colour.
their carcass.
Right.
So they're obviously tri-coloured and they've got a tremendous carcass on them. More like a Beltex.
Now can I ask you, you've got Texels and you've got Beltexes and you've got Blue Texels. What's special about the blue that's better than the Texel or the Beltex?
Easier lambing.
Easier lambing.
Yeah.
Right.
They just seem to come out easier.
Good, good. And did you lamb this one?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
A twin or a single?
Single.
A single. Right, and you've no bother lambing them?
No.
Good on you. Right, well done. All the very best to him. Thank you very
you.
much indeed for the interview. And we come to the final competitor in this Young Handlers of the accredited section. And who have we got here?
Finley Sharon.
I seem to remember you many years ago as a wee boy. You've grown up to be a big tall boy now.
Yeah.
And you've got the Blue Domain.
Blue Domain.
Right, and if I remember correct, that's a breed you've always had. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you tell me, what's the good thing about a Blue Domain?
The milky, easy lambing, and just great mothers with their lambs.
Right. And it's the Blue Domain hardy because it's like me, it doesn't have any hair.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
does that make it a bit softer or is it
Yeah,
not?
they're easier to work with.
Easy to work with. Right. So if I was going to buy that sheep from you today, what price would it cost me?
Probably £1,500.
£1,500? That's a lot of money. I'm not sure if I could afford that. Would you give it to me for 500?
No.
Oh. Well, that's the end of that deal then. Well, listen, all the very best in the competition. Thank you very much for interviewing. Okay? All right. It's much better when you're Friday and you're interaction. And the wind is blew my brains away. Oh, that blown me. Cobwebs out there. As long as they're up into the left there, you're something to get that. No, I think the coverage is good. I'm speaking to the ones that are doing in the membership and the recording position. That, I've got them now, and you've got them all good. Cool. Royal Bank representative presenting the prizes. No, I'm going to see him anyway. All right.
Through the online portal, you will have an access to a library of modules, giving you the practical tools and techniques to upskill, challenge and apply your new learnings to your business.
This is, in essence, the startup phase, searching for a repeatable, scalable business model, using customer discovery to identify and understand your customers' needs and motivations.
My name's Megan Carson, I'm from near Castle Douglas and my dad's a shepherd, so I've been brought up around animals my whole life. I love sheep the most. I think it's just because I've been brought up around them and around little pet lambs and they're friendly ones, they're friendly. So I've been in the Stewartshire Young Farmers for about 4 years and we're a group of like-minded people who like to get out, enjoy the countryside, socialise and learn different skills whilst being in the club. I've been to the Royal Highland Show a few times. I think it's a great day out or a couple of days out and you see lots of different people you've not seen all year, and when I go there I head straight for the sheep.
pairs first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome back here to the good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to the Royal Highland Showground, where you join us during the RHS Live Showcase, and we are down the sheep lines where the Interbreed Sheep Pairs Championship's about to take place. I'm joined with Derek Redpath. Derek, how are you getting on this afternoon?
I'm fine, thanks, Scott. Yeah, quite looking forward to the pairs. We've only got 4 of them present at the minute. The Berrichon's on screen at the minute. So yeah, we're just waiting on the other ones coming forwards.
One of the favourite parts of the sheep competition every year for me, Derek, is the pairs. You know, it's such a hard thing to both present sheep for and to actually compete in, and but more importantly to judge.
Yeah.
You know, you need somebody, as we've got today in our judge Blair Coburn, somebody who's got a wealth of knowledge across most of or all of the breeds that are going to be presented before him today. And unless you've got somebody like Blair doing this, it's really hard. It's difficult to try and get a fair outcome and not be biased, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and it's all about balance. You want 2 good sheep, they have to represent their breed well, but you want a nice balanced pair, and something that represents what the breed should look like and what their purpose is.
Indeed. Well, it's been a good show of sheep this morning. We've had all the accredited sections judged today. This is day 1 of the live showcase here at Ingliston near Edinburgh, for those of you watching from further afield and around the globe. Tomorrow's and unaccredited breeds will be in here jostling for the top honours and the silverware. And what we're about to watch at the moment is the conclusion of the culmination, I suppose, of the multiple breed sections today, coming forward for the ultimate of best champion sheep in the whole of the accredited show from today.
And there's the Border Leicesters coming in. Stylish traditional sheep, showing themselves well. Jockeying for position. Everybody looking for a high bit to stand on.
Yeah, I don't think there's many holes in that ring, Derek.
Oh, I can see one for here.
Yeah, the weather's been a bit interesting for the old job today. It's been great for showing stock, but it's been a bit brutal on the folk, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit toosy, and it's been difficult for the commentators, I would say. It's challenging.
Yep, it's extremely. Yep.
However, we've survived.
I'm going home looking like I've had a chemical peel.
Oh, I see. Here's the Blue Domains coming in.
And there's Warbles already out there waiting.
They were judged first thing this morning, the Swarbles and the Blue Domains, so they've had a bit of a hang about, but they're ready for action.
Good things come to those who wait.
Indeed. Well, hopefully if we wait long enough, that wind will disappear.
So what are you looking forward to tomorrow, Derek, and all the sheep that will be coming in tomorrow?
Oh, well, it's a kind of silly question, really, but I'm looking.
Funny that.
I'm looking forward to the Blackies. Yeah, I've really enjoyed today. It's been good, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow again. Yeah, it should be interesting. Yeah, obviously the Blackies and the Cheviots should be a good show of sheep as well, and commercial sheep. Nice. That'll be a nice variety, different things. So that'll be something different to look forward to too. So. Oh.
Indeed. A bit of a rainbow nation of sheep breeds again tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes. Aye.
All making up this rich tapestry of sheep breeds we've got in the UK, where we have around 60 individual sheep breeds in the UK, which all have their place and all do a job.
So I think we're just waiting on the Texels, are we? Not the.
Well, there's no excuse. They can't really say they're in the bar this time, Derek.
No, because there is no bar, which is a travesty. Normally by this time Scott would be in at least our second sherbet, but never mind.
I would say. Well, just to be honest, just glad to be here, Derek. I think given the circumstances, it's been a shining light in such dark times. Actually, the showcase has been great.
I wondered what you were going to say there when you start with shh, but never mind. It was
shining lights.
A shining light, yeah.
Yep.
Is that a nod to my sister-in-law?
It was, yep. So. Sheena Monroe, were a big shout out to you there.
Yeah. But no, it has been a great show today, and good to see, and nice just after 18 months to see livestock in a show ring, and the farming community enjoying themselves and showing off what they do to their absolute best. Oh, my apologies, we've got the Blue Texels still to come as well.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's a very poignant time to give praise to the organisers. The Royal Highland team have worked relentlessly to get this. When you consider what's actually coming to fruition today, or for the next 7 days, and it's only taken they've only had a month or 6 weeks to actually do anything from basically a blank canvas. It's quite impressive, really. Hats off to you guys. And also something new for the Highland Show, or the Highland Society, is the media team that's here this year. Simon Cousins and his team done a fantastic job. Again, very much green about the gills in terms of what we've asked them to do in filming around the ringside and taking direction from us to try and get the best out of the situation, which I think they've done with aplomb.
Yeah, they've done very well. By all accounts, the live streams have gone really well. So, and yeah, as you say, Scott, to organise this in such a short space of time, it takes a bit of doing. Not everybody will agree with everything that has been done, and not everybody will think it's brilliant, but I'm sure the vast majority will, and it's all credit to the Highland Society for having a bash. So, yeah, well done everybody.
Hear, hear. And also a big thanks and shout out to the Royal Bank of Scotland, the main sponsors, and the Scottish Government, without whom there's absolutely no question we wouldn't be sitting here admiring these fantastic animals today. And a big shout out to those of you watching from around the globe today. We've passed the 20,000 viewers mark by midday today. I'm not sure what the latest is, but again, full credit to the organisers that we've got that level of traction and engagement in the event, which says a lot really about the credibility that comes with the competition.
I think, Scott, they've been listening to the commentators, and we're down to 2 viewers now, I think.
Well, that's you and me.
Could easily be.
So I see our judge just arriving at the ringside. He's obviously had, somebody told him the weather forecast was going to be a bit warm and not very windy today when he's come in full Highland dress.
Oh.
I might need a couple of tent pegs to keep that kilt down, I think, Derek.
Yeah, I hope he's got plenty of loose change in that sporran.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen. There's our judge this afternoon, Blair Coburn from Kingside. Very well known man in this area. Very well known in the Lothians and the borders of Scotland. A name synonymous with top priced Cheviot mule, Gimmers sold and ewe lamb sold at Longtown every year, and Scotch mules as well. And Blair with his wife Morag run the South Country Cheviot flock at Sturkfield. And if you're ever in Lockerbie Market at the South Country Cheviot Ramsale Day in the first Monday in October, if you see some breedy tups coming through the ring, full of character, I bet if you look up on the board it'll say it's Sturkfield. They just breed sheep with great X factor, and they've stuck with that stamp over the years, and it's definitely paid dividends because they've a great following and they get a great trade for their South Country Cheviot tups. So yeah, Blair's no stranger to this arena in terms of interbreed arena. He's judged a few events I've been at where he's interbreed judge, done a tremendous job of it, and given a good account of himself afterwards, which obviously we're going to be asking him for, Derek. He's not going to get off lightly.
Oh, definitely, yes, aye. Yep. Yeah, Blair's family have been synonymous with quality livestock for generations, and black faces and North Country Cheviots, and now, as you say, mules and Cheviot mules and South Country Cheviots. So a wealth of experience of all sorts of breeds, and very knowledgeable in the Scottish sheep industry as a whole. So,
yep,
very well qualified man to be stood in the middle today. So he's just walking his way along the line. He's been along the back and had a good look at all the breeds.
From the business end? From the business end.
From the business end,
yep.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, a smashing pair of borders out there, isn't it? Quite eye-catching.
Yeah.
And beautifully turned out as well.
Uh-huh.
Now looking at the Charlies and then the Berrichons. And the Blue Domains. Berrichons there on the screen as we speak. Looking at the Zorbles, beautiful coloured breed of sheep with that distinctive white blaze down the middle of their face, and usually 4 white socks and a white tip on the tail. So now he's going to do the hands-on bit. Blair's handling all these animals just to make sure that they handle as well as they look, because without question the sheep that are presented today are to a very high standard, and without putting your hands on them it's quite hard to tell if everything's as it should be. He's looking for correctness. If the previous judges have done their jobs, and they will have done, no question about that, most of the teeth and the mouths on these animals are correct, or they should all be correct. Very important that. You wonder why you'd waste so much time mouthing animals, but to ensure longevity, basically you want a sheep's teeth to bite on the underside of the rubber pad they have on the top of their mouth, and as long as it meets they can basically graze and take in large amounts of dry matter and prosper for years to come, and that's a big hinge on the sort of life expectancy of a sheep in terms of how well it can cope in grazing and walking about. Blair's now obviously handling the Jiggets and the Berrichons. Always a great show of Berrichons here at the Highland Show. Very well attended section. And very popular. The Berrichon, very popular for a lot of people. They'll put their ewe hogs in lamb to them because they're very easily lambed, and they've got great big vigour and gusto to get up and get going and get that first mouthful of colostrum to ensure that their place on this earth is secured. Now looking at the Charlies, thumping pair of sheep.
Yeah, the talk, Scott, round the show field, been about the Charlie pair, how strong they were. So there's it's amazing how the talk starts to get round about what's best for the interbreed and such like. So there's been a little bit of talk about this pair.
Yeah, you can see why though, Derek, can't you?
Yeah, just two strong,
Just
well balanced sheep.
Two thumping sheep, well balanced. And they're just as you said earlier on, they're a pair as well, you know.
He obviously likes them too because he's pushing them
Come
forward.
marching forward into the short lead.
No hesitation.
Now looking at the Bord Leicesters. One time the main maternal sire in the UK, used to produce the Scotch half-bred and the Scottish Greyface as well over the Blackface ewe. Still quite popular, still have their place. Very popular in Wales. You'll see lots of Bord Leicester rams changing hands at Builth Wells at the ram sales. Very popular for producing the Welsh half-bred. Now looking at the Hampshires. It was the main breed sale down south yesterday, I'm reliably informed. The top price around 4,500, so good day at the office for them.
I think that was a new breed record, Scott, from what I heard.
Very good,
Right?
that's brilliant, that's great. Yep, that's good to hear. Hampshire's definitely on the up, which is great to see. Very easy fleshing animals, do very well off a grass-based system, and the lambs reach their their finishing weights very quickly. Just handled the blue Texels, lovely, nice pair as well, actually, Derek.
Yep.
And of course the Beltex that we saw being judged earlier on, a super pair of animals as well, very even.
Very well fleshed.
Yep.
The Blair handling the Suffolks now.
Yep. Not such a big show of Suffolks today at the event, but you know, it's not a normal year, and happy to see them here nonetheless.
That's right.
Always very well represented though in the interbreed over the years.
Oh, they've had many successes, Scott. With,
and the Beltex having a little run around. Blair obviously thinking a lot of this too. That's a cracking pair, Derek, isn't it? Well matched.
Oh, they're very well matched, yep.
Same age, Shealing Ram and a Gimmer.
Gimmer was only clipped last Saturday, so she's a wee bit bare yet. But
yeah, but that's just amazing though. Everything you're looking at,
it's all sheep.
It's all sheep, isn't it? 100%. Back having another look at the Charlies. I think it probably says a lot about what Blair's looking for this afternoon.
Well, if he's only got a short lead of one, then it's going to be kind of comprehensive.
Well, they're very uniform though, the ones he's had a look at first. Beltex are a pair, the Charlies are a pair. Beautifully turned out and presented as well, aren't they?
Yes, aye. She's a weaker of a yow, that.
Absolutely.
She's
a thumper.
Tremendous top and backside on her. Yep.
And the Charlie's no stranger to picking up the interbreed pairs here either at the Highland. I remember Robert Patterson punching the air in just recent years.
Yep.
When they picked up the honours, or maybe was that about 10 years ago or something like that?
Something like that, Scott.
Yeah. A great day. Yeah, it's a brave man that's prepared to stand in front of that 20 miles an hour.
You're right.
Now having a look at the Berrichons.
They're quite a nice pair too, Scott.
Yeah, they are.
Obviously
like,
from different exhibitors because
yeah,
they're a different colour.
Yeah.
Another look at the Texels.
Yep. And they were a nice pair as well when we saw them being judged as well.
Yeah.
Super.
She's full of character, that Gimmer.
She is. And thankfully we're going to see her off because she does move beautifully well. She's got that kind of when Blair and Morag are so focused on sharpness and breed character in their South Country Retrievers, that's the kind of sheep that would appeal to him.
That's right, yeah. And the Tup lamb's no slouch either. He's a nice lamb.
Yes, he is. He's by no means he's a great character. Typifies the Texel male the way he looks. Lovely head on him. So for those of you who just joined us on the live stream, we're watching the judging of the sheep interbreed pairs here at the live showcase at Ingliston in the Royal Highland Showground, where the first day of the sheep judging is reaching its conclusion in the accredited sections. Blue Texels having a hunt about. Always a nice pair, the blue Texels, when you see them in interbreed. They're very well put together breed of sheep, aren't they? They're very correct.
Yes.
They're always well planted in their legs, and they've always got good carcasses on them.
We've just been told that we're having a rendition of Happy Birthday because it's Blair's 50th birthday. So what a way to celebrate your 50th birthday by judging the Interbreed Championship at the Royal Highland Show. So he has appointed the Charlie's champion, followed by the Beltexes as reserve.
What's happened? We never got told what was happening, and we just sat there for 2 hours. We never heard a thing. So, we're going to take you to the single one there. We do 2 things for this. We bring the sheep with us, yeah. Also, before you announce it, something we'll tell you. Right. So we're round about where the firehouse is. We're after the first second. Right, and you're going to speak to that man, are you as well, the Swarble judge? He's right behind you. Just when he comes to the Swarble, can you have a wee announcement? Yeah.
think you're going to be doing an interview with us here now? Is that you were the vlog thing and all the stuff you're doing? Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I'm just going down there and then I'll come
No, that's fine. So once they've done that, so it's alright to get your name just so I can get your caption made up for it on the screen.
So you join us here at the live showcase as the pinnacle of the sheep judging is about to take place. Guys, could you help us out? Could you hand one of us, hand us the sheets with the, as the judges do? Allows us to both commentate, is that right? Yeah, so you join us here at the live showcase where the pinnacle of the Sheep Championship is about to take place, or is taking place. The judge Blair Coburn judging the accredited interbreed sheep champion. Tremendous lineup of individual champions here today.
He's getting a much better look at them than the pairs. You see them all going about together. Get a good look at their movement, locomotion.
Yeah, he is, Derek.
Crucial. And he's looking for that bit X factor. Like, you know, a champion should stand out in the crowd among that lot. You know, and that's what Blair will be looking for, is something with that wee bit extra.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've already been crowned as champions in their own right in their various breed sections this morning already. So
yeah,
you're right. He is just looking for that little bit, something extra special.
He's got the advantage this time as well. He handled them in the pairs, so he's got a wee bit of a head start. So
yeah, just a bit of recap on that. The Charlies were pairs interbreed champions, and the Beltecs were reserve.
Champions bred by the Ingrams at Logidurno. A big accolade for them.
Yeah, fantastic sheep it is too, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can see Blair eyeing her up already. And that's a super Texel Gimmer from Robbie Wilson as well.
Yeah. Has he drawn these two out?
Okay.
Scott, I think.
Looking at the Charlie U from Logidurno. I take it this is his short lead. You're right, Derek, he's obviously got the advantage of having judged all these sheep already in the pairs.
Yep.
So his mind's already on, he can cut straight to the chase. Nice Texel Gimmer from Robbie Wilson by Knock Yardsman. I have a homebred ewe by Strath Bogie, yes her. And her granny won the Royal Highland Show in 2017 for those of you who remember her well. And she was sold for 20,000. And Robbie kept her first flush before she parted company from the Milnebank flock.
I think Scott and a day where we've had a tremendous show of sheep. I think Blair's hit the nail on the head. He's got two crackers there, really.
Yes, he has, no question about it. Yeah. Yeah, the Gimmer this morning, the Texel Gimmer this morning was a bit special. I thought it was a tremendous class of Gimmers, and I did think at that time, that point in time, anything that came out of the Gimmer class was going to be pretty hard to beat in the championship of the Texels later on.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think we've reached the conclusion. Blair's not been hanging around, Derek, with the look of it. Is it the Charlie? Is it the Texel? The Charlie is champion for the Ingrams of Logie-Durnour, champion with a Charlie ewe by Lonehead Typhoon out of a ewe bought from the Wedderburn sale. Tremendous. What a sheep. And reserve, as we said earlier, reserve is Robbie Wilson's Millenbank Gimmer. She's Texel Gimmer from Millenbank, and she's by Knock Yardsman. I have a homebred Strath ewe by Strathbogie, yes sir.
Where's this you guys? Are you still wanting over that? You over? Or could they just do it here in the background? Russell, where do you want these? Where's best for you to have these two guys? You've got a boom night now. There's two of them? Guys. Well, in the context, we still do the interview here. It's just whether you want both in shot or you just want this. No, it's only one shot. Right. Alright, same as usual then, just get them on the other side. Go ahead, David, just got them in position now. We're there or not? You're here.
Yeah, so this is the mic that you'll be
Yeah,
speaking
yeah.
Yeah.
Through the online portal, you will have an access to a library of modules, giving you the practical tools and techniques to upskill, challenge and apply your new learnings to your business.
From Foxhill down from Mike and Mel Alford there, so they were pleased to see him go through, I think.
Yeah.
And I have to say, very impressed with the Texel Gimmer there. That looks like that was a winning
a strong
contest down there, which looks superb.
Yep.
And in your own time, thank you.
I think Blair will be ready.
Welcome
for
back to
that
the Sheep
in a
Lines
short
here
while,
at the live showcase, ladies and gentlemen. You join me, Scott Brown, one of the commentary team here today. I'm ringside with our Warbles judge this afternoon or this morning, Colin Ray. Colin, welcome on behalf of the Highland Society to Ingliston, and thank you so much for agreeing to judge the Warbles breed this morning. To just tell us a little bit about the quality of the stock you saw this morning in the judging ring, and also your route to your champion sheep as well.
Yeah, well, the sheep in the ring this morning were of high quality. They were decent sheep, good sheep, and to be honest, the Gimmer caught my eye the minute she came into the ring. So as long as she was going to be correct, she was halfway there to start with, to be honest.
And you're a choice of reserve champion today. Which pen did that come from? Which
It was a ewe lamb.
Right, okay.
And again, a really sharp, just on the ball. Handled
she
well.
must have been for a young sheep to come up trumps in a senior competition. She must have been a pretty decent animal to obviously pull the reserve honours out of the hat.
Aye. Just a real flashy lamb and a well-bodied lamb. Just nice to handle and just looked the part.
So obviously there's been a bit of a gap of a year since we've been back in the show rings. How does it feel, if not as a judge, how does it feel to be back in the rings again today, Colin?
Very nice. I think my wee bit in the Scottish Farmer, and I said 2021 was going to be a write-off, as last year was, so to get this job was quite enjoyable, and it's just nice to get a go at it.
Yeah, days like today are a bit special, aren't they, in the current circumstances?
Definitely, yeah.
Listen, Colin, thank you so much for agreeing to judge this Warbles today. I hope you've thoroughly enjoyed your day, and good luck with your own sheep for the rest of the year at the sales.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for coming.
Cheers,
Thanks,
thank
Colin.
you.
Cheers.
Okay.
Thanks, Colin. Good man. Yeah. You guys must be freezing standing out in this one, do you? You guys must be freezing standing out. Oh, it got cold, yeah. Thanks, Colin. Got all the layers on there. We'll see you later. Good luck. Cheers. Thanks, boys. Thanks to get wet tomorrow. Just the background again. Sorry. Just to say I worked from our host to say thank you very much. I can hear in the morning we got sides back in the tent because otherwise it's going to be wet. Was it too much for the wind? I think he said it was just making too much noise with it. Yeah, that was the one bit for the ground, and it made such a difference to the livability of being inside there. I know. If it's in the background, it's really better. Yeah, somebody else will have the judge speaking about it. You can actually focus on your shot and you can. Probably won't for the maybe. I would like to see where it arrives. It's easier for me to know. Yeah, a bit of both, please. A bit of both, I think. It's probably a bit close. If the sheep was in the background, not you. So that's this man here, he's a cameraman.
If you just step in front of the microphone, yeah, thank you. If you just face...
Scott.
I know it's a bad job, somebody's got to do it. Thank you, Scott. Just give us a shout when you're ready. Sophie. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm good.
You're happy, yeah? Okay, and cue.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, join us again ringside here at the live showcase in the sheep rings. I'm joined by our judge today, Mr. Blair Coburn. First of all, Blair, a happy half century.
Thank you very much indeed.
We weren't going to let it go unnoticed, I can assure you.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you've had a great day. And what a fabulous way to celebrate it.
Thank you.
Anyway, congratulations on your choice of champion today.
Yep.
And thanks for agreeing to judge the interbreed singles and pairs. Tell us a little bit about your choice of champion today, the very smart Charlie Yu from the Ingrams of Logidano.
Well, this Charlie Yu was in part of the pairs, and she's obviously been individual singles, and I think I would just say to one of the reporters, I think she's faultless. Don't see any faults in that ewe at all. And she just oodles class, and she's got phenomenal conformation, and I would say she's a fantastic example of what a good Charlie Yu should look like. And
she moves beautifully as well, Blair, doesn't she? Absolutely beautiful.
In my eyes, she was an easy winner, and when you saw the two in the pairs, they were an outstanding pair.
And the Texel from Robbie Wilson, the Gimmer, was she pushing her hard for the
She was a very smart Gimmer, but she just was needing a little bit more time perhaps, and whereas this Yu's more matured, and she's filled out, I would say.
And obviously she was the cornerstone of your decision, and the Charlies won the pairs competition today as well. Just tell us a little bit about the journey you had on the pairs championship this afternoon.
Well, there was a lot of smart pairs out, but the Charlie sheep were just absolutely outstanding again. They were just faultless, and when they were let go, they had style and, as I say, this fantastic conformation which we're all looking for.
And I was fortunate myself to be commentating on the Beltexes this afternoon, and we did
nice.
actually think at the time when they were crowned champion in reserve that they were a phenomenal pair as well, actually.
They were very, very good as well. They were a very lovely, evenly matched pair, but they maybe just hardly had the power, just the way the breed is, as to what the Charlies were. And as I say, the Charlies just had that little bit extra class and style when they were let go.
Brilliant. Listen, Blair, on behalf of the Society, thank you very much for doing the job today.
Thank you very much.
You need to text home that you're heading back, because it'll take them a while to light 50 candles. And
thank you very much.
And enjoy the night, I'm sure. Have a few beers on us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Blair.
Thank
much
you.
appreciated.
Bye-bye.
You happy? You good? Okay, Scott. Down a bit. Sorry? Down a bit. If you just down a little bit. Just down a little bit. Down, not up. Just down. Scott, sorry. I just got that conversation. Scott. We're back. Okay. Yep. Okay, he's in position now, so we are good to go. Julie, you have to listen to the cameraman. Don't put it down there. Put it down there. And then angle it up towards them.
Just tell me when you're good to go.
Okay, we're good to go now. In your own time, Scott.
Excellent. Welcome back to the ringside here at the live showcase. We've just reached the conclusion of the sheep judging, and I'm joined here by a very happy Bruce Ingram and his champion Charlie Yu, which won the Interbreed Championship today for the accredited section of day one of the live showcase. Bruce, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tell me, you're no stranger to picking up the top plaudits for the Charlie breed at the Highland Show, but does it just get more special every time you come up trumps?
Yeah, I think it's particularly special this year, considering everyone's probably not been at shows for a year or two, and they're just glad to be out, and the Highlands put on a tremendous effort to make it such a good event, so fair play to them. They've done a good job there, yeah.
Yeah, well done. I mean, she's beautifully presented, Bruce, and as were the other half of the pairs today. Credit to you all. So listen, thanks very much for coming to the show, and well done. This will be a landmark year, I'm sure, for you guys, and very best of luck for the sales, because I'm sure your preparation starts about now.
Yeah, thank you. yeah.
Well done, Bruce. Thanks
Okay.
for coming in.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers, thanks Bruce. Thank you, congratulations.
I was trying to figure out a way to make it down, but also...
When it's early, when it's cold outside, when you're out on the hills and the world is at your feet. Do you remember that time when you fought for us, in the fields and on the beaches, when you built cities on your back and farmed the land, and through it all, you asked for nothing? The British Horse Society, for every horse.
Super. What is super? Super is wild. Super is exciting. Super is local. Super is chefs, not robots. Super is flavour. Super is family. At Baxter's, we don't just make soup. We make super.
Scotland is serving up peaty, oaty, beefy, brothy, sweet, sour, fresh, fizzy, mashin', smashin' buffalo. A dod, a dollop, baps, buttery, smoky, stovies, a mickle, a muckle, spurtle, stirred, dry, cured, drafted, crafted, scran. Whew. Scotland brings so much to the table. To help support the local producers we're so proud to have, tuck in to onthetable.scot.
Through the online portal, you will have an access to a library of modules, giving you the practical tools and techniques to upskill, challenge and apply your new learnings to your business.
Hi, I'm Neil Forbes and welcome to my kitchen here at Café St Honoré here in Edinburgh. I'm going to be cooking a wonderful dish for you today using some North Ronaldsay mutton. I'm delighted to be cooking this dish because it's a real showcase, delightful dish to cook. Very easy, very simple, very straightforward to produce and cook at home. But first thing we need is the mutton itself, which I've got here. This is a fabulous piece cut from the leg. We buy the whole animals here at the restaurant. And this is a part of the top side, seam boned out from the leg. So I'm just going to cut this piece because it's quite large. And as you can see, the colour of this mutton is absolutely fantastic. There's been a real renaissance in the mutton kind of industry recently, and quite rightly so. It's full of flavour, it's absolutely fabulous. I'm just going to be seasoning this. I've marinated it for a couple of hours in some garlic and some rosemary and some cold pressed rapeseed oil, which is delicious. I'm going to put some Isle of Skye sea salt and some good pepper on the piece of meat itself, and it's got a full kind of seasoning all the way around it. Absolutely delicious. Just the look of the piece of meat is kind of deep red. It's got lovely amounts of fat content on these animals as well. And I've just put a little bit of cold pressed rapeseed oil in the pan. I'm also going to use some rendered down mutton fat, which I absolutely love cooking with. I'm going to be frying this piece of meat now in the pan. So the combination of the mutton fat has been rendered down from the whole animal and the cold pressed rapeseed oil is great to cook with because we're adding flavour to the meat. I'm just going to add some of the rosemary and a little piece of the garlic as well on top. Now, cooking with cold pressed rapeseed oil is really good for many reasons. It's full of omega-3s, so it's very good for us. But also, you can fry with it without it being burnt. Because when you fry with olive oil, usually what happens is it does burn. So you're losing all the goodness. And you're wasting your money, basically, by frying with olive oil. Just want a really good bit of colour on this. Now, this dish is going to be called North Ronaldsay mutton with petit pois à la française. So that sounds all a bit glamorous, but it's not. It's really just kind of mutton with peas. And I'm going to also throw a few parboiled, because it's that time of year, delicious parboiled Jersey, new season potatoes, the Jersey Royals. Absolutely wonderful. So they've gone in, and just a little bit of seasoning on the tatties. Now remember, they've been scraped and they've been parboiled. So again, making this dish nice and simple and easy for you to follow at home. Okay, so this piece of mutton is looking absolutely wonderful in the pan. It's not burning at all. We've not got it on too high a temperature. I can smell the aromas of the garlic and the rosemary. And that mutton fat with the cold pressed rapeseed oil is just really so good. I'm going to add a little bit of butter in a minute. So there's 3 types of fat going through this. Bit of a good baste. Baste as you go is always a good idea. And to add a little bit extra colour, the caramelisation of the butter is going to help. That's going to enrich in it as well. There's probably enough here for a good 1 portion, possibly 2. Depends how hungry you are. Absolutely great. And the sound of it in the pan is just incredible. We love buying whole animals here at the restaurant. It's great. It's so important that we carry on these wonderful traditions that we've been doing for hundreds, if not thousands of years. When something's in season, it's so important to use it. And when it's good and it's in season, we should be using more of it. Again, back to baste. Lovely. Now you can see the potatoes are starting to colour up as well. Wonderful. So now I'm just going to pop this under the grill just to finish the cooking. Just take a few minutes, and more importantly, we need to make it rest. It must rest. We need to get the breadcrumbs organised. So we've got some fresh breadcrumbs here. I've got some shallots, and I've got a little bit of garlic. I'm just going to smash the garlic. We've got, again, some cold pressed rapeseed oil, very important. This is summer harvest. Absolutely love these guys. This is great. Been using them for years. In the pan, moderately hot. About a tablespoon of shallots. Banana shallots, they're just easier to peel. And smashed garlic is just going to give a subtle hint of garlic to the dish. We want to just kind of put a little bit more of the Isle of Skye sea salt, a little bit of pepper, and some more of my wonderful rendered mutton fat. Now you may be thinking, oh, that's a lot of fat, don't do it, but it's flavour. My whole job description is to make things taste great. And I think we sometimes forget about that. Let's remember, chaps, that we're here to feed you and make things taste great on a plate. That's really something we must never forget. That is wonderful. Let's just cook it. Don't burn this because it's quite easy to burn the shallots when they're so small. We're just wanting to soften them gently with the flavour of the mutton fat. And we're going to add the fresh breadcrumbs as well to that. It's just going to be great. This is some about a tablespoon or two of the fresh breadcrumbs. I'm just going to rip a little bit of rosemary from my garden, of course. It's great to use your own homegrown produce. It's so great to be so sustainable as well. I'm just going to chop the rosemary up nice and small. Sustainability is something that we should all be aware of, and something that we should all be knowledgeable of and care about as well. This is smelling absolutely great. You can just, I'm just going to turn that off now because I think that's hot enough. Got a little bit of parsley. I'm aware that my mutton's under the salamander. I'm going to chop this parsley on my yellow board, just roughly chopped. Proper British, this stuff. Quite easy to grow as well. So it's got a nice colour to it. So the breadcrumbs have done their duty and soaking up all that wonderful kind of fat in the mutton. I'm just going to set that to one side. I'm going to get another pan on. We can start thinking about our petit pois à la française. Let's check the mutton first. Ooh. Oh, no, that's good. Now you can just see it's got a bit of a bounce on it. And also, and of course by basting, the wonderful flavours that have come out of the garlic and the rosemary are getting basted on top. Remember, we've added butter to that as well, so that's going to help coloration. I'm just going to set that to one side. I think that's really good. Very important to let it rest. I'm going to let it rest with a little bit of rosemary and a little bit of garlic on the top. And the tatties, I'm just going to leave, like you would when you've roasted your potatoes at home on a Sunday. Just going to leave them in the pan just to soak up that lovely moisture, all that delicious mutton fat and butter. So that'll just take a few minutes just to rest there. And whilst that's resting, we can move on to the petit pois à la française garnish. Now it starts off with a wonderful piece of bacon. We make our own bacon in the restaurant. We use some wonderful pork bellies. I like buying my pork from Peelham Farm in the Borders or Grierson's up in Perthshire. So I'm just cutting big chunky pieces of lardons of bacon here. I'm going to go in again with my cold pressed rapeseed oil. Just going to add those big chunky pieces of lardons in there. I want these lardons to get some colour on them, but we don't want them to be too overcooked. We just want to cook them nicely, so a little bit golden brown. I'm going to get a little bit of my dear friend, the mutton fat. And again, it's good for us. It's been proven now. About a tablespoon of shallots going in here. Mutton. Right, so this is looking good. Don't want to overcook this too much. I'm going to move on to the shredding of my, look at this, beautiful, isn't it? Baby gem leaves, nice and crisp and crunchy. This is just going to go in last minute to this dish because I'm going to add my peas. Now frozen peas are okay. We've all been there, we've all picked peas out of the pod and they're delicious, and if you've got someone that grows them, great. I'm just bringing them back to life. I'm watching my salt content because bacon's salty. A little bit of pepper. A bit of a good toss. I'm going to add some butter here. I like using butter when I cook. Butter really does add flavour. Now this little gem lettuce is crispy and crunchy. We don't want to lose that. So this is going to be just shredded very quickly and added to this dish just very last minute. So it is just a very quick little shred of a few of the leaves. And we don't want it to be wilted down like a cooked cabbage. We just want to keep it nice and crunchy. There we go. Now also, my little kind of dishes of ingredients. I've got some parsley, which I'm going to chop. Again, curly parsley. Don't have to add this, but keeping it quite chunky now. And I've also got, you may have spied already, some mint. Peas and mint, lamb and mint, mutton and mint, petit pois à la française. Why not? Not too much, because it can be quite overpowering. And again, just a real kind of shred, quite a rustic shred. Bring that in. I can tell you the smell. As soon as we've added that, that is just wonderful. I'm going to turn the heat off now. More importantly, I'm going to taste it. It's got to taste just right. Oh, those peas, and the mint, that little hint of kind of shallot in the background. That's wonderful. A kick of salt, a twist of pepper. Yeah, that's great. I'll set this to one side. Now we can focus back onto the mutton. Let's have a look at it. Just got a hint of a bounce. It's just great. What I'm going to do now is get my Dijon mustard with a brush. I'm just going to dip my brush into the Dijon mustard and brush my... This is acting like a glue. We all know Dijon mustard tastes great. And you can see all the juices just on the side here that's coming out. That's a good sign. It means it's tasty. But by resting it is very, very important. If we didn't rest it, then we wouldn't have those juices. And the breadcrumbs that we made earlier are just going to go on top, like this. That's going to be a lovely kind of crispy coating on the top. We'll put it back under the grill. And we'll keep our eye on this just for a couple of minutes. Meantime, we're going to check our peas. We can add our lettuce now to the peas with the bacon. Like so. And we can just incorporate the crispy lettuce. There we go. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, so remember the potatoes that we've just kind of rested? So we've got these potatoes, rolling them around in that kind of lovely, lovely, delicious mutton fat and butter, giving them a nice glossy. We can start plating up our dish now. So I don't think there's any particular way to plate this up. Whatever way you want to make it. That potato I'm going to leave for me. Okay, they're looking good. That's really good. Okay. Nice and simple. The lardons, there's enough here for probably two. Or one very hungry person. There we go. All those lovely kind of bits of lardon. The crispiness of the piece here. You can just see it's nice and golden brown. Absolutely wonderful. Bring this over. Just going to give it a little cut. So remember, it's had its resting time. It should be absolutely lovely inside here. Look at that, absolutely glorious. One piece of mutton. Oh, go on then. 2 pieces of mutton. I think it needs just a final kick of Isle of Skye sea salt on the top. And because we've used it all the way through, we're not going to put mutton fat on it. We're going to put a little trickle of cold press rapeseed oil, just to bring everything together. It's like molten gold on a plate. I think that's a great dish to represent my part of the world, Scotland. And everything on this dish has a story. As I keep saying, it's so important. Delicious, tasty, representative of what's around just now, and what I love to cook, and ultimately, what I like to eat.